Hey guys, welcome to Law and Lumber. It is now about 10:20. Yeah, I'm probably about 30 to 40 seconds late. But what I wanted to bring you guys up to speed on was there were some developments today in the Depp v. Heard trial that I thought we should discuss. Well, yeah, a rather large development. So, for those of you who don't know, TMZ filed a motion today in court asking the court to essentially allow them to intervene in the case and block certain testimony that they want to introduce. Testimony from a producer who says that he has information about who, if anyone, lane reference there, who, if anyone, might have disclosed to TMZ the source of a video that has been played during this trial. So, for those of you who don't know, there was a video played at trial, a video involving cabinets. Now, it was a video that was filmed in the kitchen of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's condominium. The video itself was a video that was taken from Amber Heard's device that she placed rather surreptitiously on a table facing towards the cabinets. And Johnny Depp, in this particular video, was walking around and slamming cabinet doors. He eventually finds the phone that has been recording him and confronts Amber Heard. Amber Heard picks the phone up and then walks out of the room. Now, there's two versions of this video, one that was played in court and the other that was played on TMZ's website. TMZ's website played this video and it cropped out a certain portion of the video, the very end of it, where you can see Amber Heard picking the phone up, walking to the other room, and then looking down at the phone, essentially making sure that she got the recording. Now, why this is relevant is that TMZ has been going around and they have essentially been hitting every single YouTuber that has put this video up, regardless of the fact that it's been brought up in public testimony. TMZ has been hitting them with copyright strikes, claiming that they have the copyright to the video. They own the copyright. Now, in order to own that copyright, they had to have purchased it from somebody. We don't know who that person is. Basically, TMZ purchased the video from somebody, and the video was played again in court. Let's fast forward. Let me think here. Train of thought just disappeared. This is the ADHD kicking in. For those of you who have ever struggled with the ADHD stuff, sometimes it happens this way. And a thought is like running like a train and it goes, and then all of a sudden it's just gone. Anyways, let's get back to what we were talking about. So, TMZ, why are they relevant here? Well, like I said they own the video. They own the copyright to the video. The video itself was featured during part of the deposition testimony that existed back in 2016 when the divorce case was being litigated. You guys might remember this from Amber Heard's testimony where she's testifying at the deposition and they bring up, well, was the TMZ video leaked or disclosed? And Amber Heard does this shocked face like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize that the video was out there. Kind of strange, given the fact that the video itself was recorded on Amber Heard's device. Anyways, that video, which I will not play right here because playing it is going to guarantee a copyright strike. Because like I said earlier, TMZ has been striking everyone that's played this video. The video is relevant because Amber Heard has put forward in her testimony that Johnny Depp himself is alleged to have committed several acts of abuse. Now, she is using the video to substantiate her claims that Johnny Depp is an abuser. That said, the video itself doesn't depict any actual abuse of a person. It rather depicts Johnny Depp beating up some cabinets. The other reason it's relevant, and this is actually more important for purposes of our discussion today, is that Amber Heard filed a counterclaim against Johnny Depp based on statements that were made by Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman. Adam Waldman was Johnny Depp's attorney that was serving on his behalf during a lot of the controversy when it first began. And Adam Waldman came out and made several statements saying that Amber Heard's testimony itself was a hoax, that she concocted all of this to gain notoriety, and also that she essentially concocted a lot of the abuse allegations and made them up whole cloth. This is relevant really with regard to the TMZ video because the TMZ video, if recorded and leaked by Amber Heard, more importantly, if leaked by Amber Heard, would essentially substantiate the allegation that Amber Heard herself drummed a lot of this up to um, basically get popularity and to drive a narrative that this was, in fact, Johnny Depp committing abuse and yada yada. And then also the last image of that video being that Amber Heard essentially um, filmed this for a reason. She put this video and put the camera on record, and not to say that she instigated Johnny Depp in the video, but she essentially says, honey, what are we doing? You were so fine earlier today. We had a great day. What's going on? A lot of it just seemed kind of out of place. Not to mention, there's an odd little kind of smirk that she gives towards the end of the video. So, without getting too much in the specifics, let's go ahead and go to the motion itself. Let's see if I can go ahead and share the screen here. That's a bad image. There we go. All right. So here's what we have. We have the motion that was filed on behalf of TMZ. Now, the motion itself is what's called a motion to intervene. The motion to intervene, when a party seeks to intervene, they are asking the court to allow them to make them a participant in the litigation. What they're asking for is that essentially they want to be heard just as if they were one of the parties to the case. They have an interest to be decided by the court, or an interest that's relevant to the court's proceedings. This is important because TMZ normally would not have the right to just jump into any particular litigation and say, hey, we want to be heard on this issue. Now, the way that they're coming in to assert this, and I'll zoom in so that we can kind of follow along, is they're coming in and saying that their journalist is subject to some type of privilege. So let's start right in here. So EHM Productions, the owner and operator of celebrity news website TMZ.com, submits this emerging motion to intervene for the limited purpose of asserting the journalist's privilege pursuant to Virginia Supreme Court 3:1 or 3:14. That's essentially the intervention. They're just saying we have a right. We want you to adjudicate. So, according to a published report, TMZ's former employee, Morgan Tremaine. Now, Mr. Tremaine, he's going to become relevant here in a little bit. He is the individual that Johnny Depp wishes to call during his rebuttal case. That is what I needed to bring me back to that train of thought. Where are we in the litigation that this is becoming relevant? All right, so here's where we stand in the litigation itself. Oh my gosh, man. Right now, Johnny Depp has filed a lawsuit against Amber Heard. That puts him in the position as a plaintiff. So as a plaintiff, he has the burden to go forward and put on his evidence, and he then submits his case in chief. His case in chief is that I was not an abuser, and therefore the allegations by Amber Heard that I was in that Washington Post article are false. She knew they were false, and therefore she committed defamation. Amber Heard filed a counterclaim saying Johnny Depp, by and through his attorney, submitted and made several defamatory statements, and he's guilty of defamation. Now, where we are in the procedural posture is Johnny Depp has submitted all of his direct evidence, all of his case in chief, and Amber Heard has submitted all of her direct evidence, her case in chief. Basically, the evidence is Johnny Depp said, I'm not an abuser. Amber Heard put on her evidence, says that he is an abuser. Now we're in the rebuttal stage. Now, in this stage of the litigation, Johnny Depp gets the right to put on his rebuttal testimony. That testimony is limited to rebutting or countermanding the evidence that Amber Heard has put on in her case in chief. The evidence that he's seeking to rebut by this is Amber Heard's direct testimony that she did not leak this video to TMZ. She made that statement very clearly in cross-examination by Camille Vasquez. She said, I did not leak this video to TMZ. Now, Johnny Depp is asking to call this particular witness, Mr. Morgan Tremaine, who says that he says he has information to the contrary. Basically, information to suggest that Amber Heard or one of her agents may have actually provided this or sold this video to TMZ. The allegation that Johnny Depp is trying to basically go forward on here is that Amber Heard, by doing that, Amber Heard both profited from the sale of the video and also put the video out there to further her allegation or further her interest in making a claim that Johnny Depp was this abuser. Johnny Depp alleges that furtherance, or that video, is really for no other purpose than to essentially make him out to be a monster. And he's saying that's not true. So let's go through here. Published report, being called to testify imminently on behalf of Johnny Depp regarding the information provided to TMZ by a confidential source in violation of TMZ and the source's rights under Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508 and Brown v. Commonwealth. Now, here we have our very first citation to actual root law and where this is. And this is where we kind of started analyzing this one on Legal Bites' channel earlier today. Now, what's interesting here is when you pull this particular code section up, and I'm going to do it right here for us. This is Virginia Rule 2-508, the protected information newspapers engaged in journalism. Now, what's interesting about this particular rule of evidence is, as you will see, it gives a bunch of definitions about what is journalism, what's a news organization, what's a news person. That's the definition section. But now, here we go. This is kind of what caught me a little off guard. The section they're citing to here is that essentially they are saying that a rule of evidence would bar the production of this information based on some type of privilege. Now, before we go too much further, there's two types of privilege, generally speaking, in any particular legal matter. There is an absolute privilege, one that just exists inherently. And then there's a qualified privilege, one that you actually have to pass a hurdle to either establish or that simply exists. Oh, and it looks like we might have a friend joining in to try and have some fun. Hey, Sean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Rob. What's up?
Hey, buddy, how's it going?
I'm doing well. So TMZ is now jumping in. Are they trying to copy strike the court or what?
Well, no, I mean, they've been copy striking everybody else, so it wouldn't be out of their character. But no, what they're looking to do is, it looks like they're trying to essentially argue that the journalist at issue here, the one that Johnny Depp wants to call, is somehow subject to journalist privilege and therefore should be barred from testifying. So TMZ is jumping in and asserting the privilege on behalf of their journalist.
I don't think they can. I mean, generally, you have to assert that privilege personally.
I mean, I get it. And that's kind of where we get to in the meat of this one. I was walking through the motion, and the funny thing about it was the first law they cited to, or the first legal basis for their argument they cited to, was a rule of evidence 2:508, which, based on just reviewing the rule as I was here, basically cites to criminal proceedings. So at the very outset, it seems like TMZ is putting their motion on some pretty loose footing. This privilege appears to exist under this rule only in cases involving criminal proceedings.
And I guess I could see there being some level of privilege, but they're probably going to have to make that reporter come in and try and assert it. I don't think they could preemptively do that.
And in most cases, what you have, from what I've seen here, is that the reporter is usually the defendant in the case. In a defamation case, the reporter is usually on the odd end of the case, or the news periodical is. For example, in the UK case, Johnny Depp sued the Sun, and the Sun was the defendant. And if Johnny Depp was saying, "Hey, Sun, what were your sources?" the Sun would have the right to say, "We have the privilege of not giving you that source information." So, anyways, that's the footing that they kind of begin their premise on. And there really isn't any other caveat in the rule itself that would say that it goes to a civil matter. Now, also interesting, you see down here, the rule itself was promulgated in Virginia January 12th, 2021. The reason why, um, Virginia itself is very much a common law state. What it is we derive a lot of our rules and procedural rules from the body of case law that existed at the time that the state itself was formed. And because of that long history, we don't have a lot of codified rules, specifically in the realm of evidence. Evidence, I believe the evidentiary rules just came out, I think 2015 or 2016. I can't recall the exact date, but they are relatively new as far as a rule that was promulgated by the Supreme Court of Virginia. Now, the way that I looked at this, and one of the funny things about this one was this particular rule was derived, as you can see up here, from 19.2-271.5. And if we flip over to that, we will see that that particular code section is a code section regarding criminal procedure. So again, we're talking in the context of criminal law, which is why when I go back to this motion filed by TMZ, it's rather odd that they're putting, at least at the outset, the strength of their motion on this particular rule that appears to only apply to criminal matters. So going on, what they're asking for, what TMZ is asking for, is a protective order that would prohibit Johnny Depp from allowing Mr. Tremaine to testify to the sources of this particular video. What Johnny Depp is trying to get in, and Sean, you can jump in anytime you want. What Johnny Depp is trying to get in is Johnny Depp is trying to get into evidence, I'm assuming, that Amber Heard sold the video to TMZ. That's what he's trying to prove. So, you know, you figure that if Amber Heard's the one that owned the video, if Amber Heard's the one that sold the video, that's pretty relevant for purposes of determining whether, you know, Amber Heard was trying to gain for profit based on this allegation that Johnny Depp believes is a lie. Sean, any input?
Yeah, I mean, it is really relevant, but I think, I mean, if I'm TMZ, I might argue Amber already tipped her hand in the deposition when she did the whole, you know, and then she, you know, tries to comb her hair at the same time. And I will give them credit, you know, when you can't find anything that supports you directly in the, you know, one part of your legal field, there's nothing wrong with going to the next set over. I've used the civil rules of procedure to argue something for a client before in a criminal case. You know, you work with what you can because that's your closest step.
Mm-hmm.
I've even gone before, you know, in juvenile cases, you argue the civil rule sometimes, or you might invoke a criminal rule because that's the closest analog you have. So I don't think that's a, you know, it's a good idea because that's probably the closest thing you could find that's even remotely the same. And I think TMZ's got a good argument to say our reporter has the right to protect his source. And, you know, this source is already, you know, somebody's already disclosed they sold it. Which I think also the judge could also say, on the other hand, well, if it's already been disclosed, you're not protecting anybody's confidentiality anymore. So come on in here and tell us what happened.
Yeah, and that's kind of
I think you could argue both ways there.
yeah, and I agree with you there. The one thing that's curious to me is that the reporter seems to be volunteering the information. So,
well, and if the reporters, well, and that's where it turns into TMZ. I mean, unless, and I don't know, this is where fair and balance would be great to come in, but
yeah.
I don't think the news agency can own your source information. Like I don't think that's I don't think that's considered proprietary. Something that it's kind of like if you have a book of business, I guess is the closest thing I could think of trying to rationalize it in my head.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm a reporter and I've got a source and I work for like the New York Times doesn't own that source information.
Mm-hmm.
It's not their source, it's my source. So if I want to tell somebody else, hey, that's my source, I don't see how the New York Times could come in and say you're not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, and it would also kind of, one of the things that I think Hogue was arguing earlier, one of the things that Hogue was arguing earlier was that this is kind of a contract issue. You know, if TMZ is saying that their reporter is subject to a non-disclosure, right? Then that would be something that TMZ could seek recourse against their employer for, or their employee, rather, the reporter himself. but
Well,
to
I think,
try and
well, no, I
yeah,
think you could bring it up now in the civil action saying this person's bound by a non-disclosure agreement, but your lawyer needs to be sitting in the courtroom saying, I mean, I will say, I covered a murder trial a couple weeks ago with a doctor who was alleged with patients, and there were a million attorneys involved in it, including some representing the hospital. Well, when people representing the hospital had to testify in the middle of this case, a civil attorney's jumping up and asserting privileges and asserting confidentiality things. So I don't think that's unheard of, and it's not wrong. Um, as far as the protective order, I'm now just reading it, and I apologize. I'm trying to read along with you. Um, they might get it, but they're gonna have to have somebody sitting there in the courtroom saying this part's protected, that's part's protected. Just getting a blanket order. I also think TMZ might have an issue. Like, I don't know how they didn't see this was coming. The minute Amber disclosed it, or they knew that they were involved, I think they should have filed this a while ago. I mean,
yeah.
that's a big issue for me there.
I mean, I would agree with that. Like the second that this became known to them, why are they not jumping and screaming? Because I would be too. And you know what's funny about it is they've been, you might know this from Emily and from everybody else. Anyone who's even played the court testimony that includes this particular video, they've been hitting every one of those YouTube guys or gals with copyright strikes. So it's not like they don't know that the video is at issue here.
The only thing I could think of is there must be some level of and I apologize. It might come through okay. Like, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I got you. You're great.
Okay. I just want to make sure. The only other thing I could think of is there must be something we don't know about that they are really worried about. I don't know what it is. But even then, if that was the case, I would have done this motion like pre-trial. Nobody's going to hear about it. Nobody's going to find out about it. Like, you're doing it right now when it's, you're coming into like, the third period of Game 7 of the Stanley Cup. Like, everybody's watching. Like, everybody's ready to see what's going on. Now
Yeah.
people are going to start digging. Like, guys like Tug, Colonel Kurtz, like every person out there who thinks they have an idea, the internet's going to just explode on them. And yeah,
and that
yeah.
also that brings me to a very interesting point, because in the factual recitation when they go through here, news organization, Johnny Depp goes off on Amber. This is the article where TMZ first publishes this video. And then we get down to here, TMZ, here we go. Yesterday, May 23, 2022, TMZ learned of a report published in Radar online at 3:30 p.m. that plaintiff in this matter intended to call Morgan Tremaine to testify very shortly. Okay, so that's 3:30 yesterday.
Hey, can you scroll back up a second? I'm sorry. I just was wondering.
What are you looking for? What are you going to scroll to?
That page was fine. I just wanted to read that whole paragraph real quick. I'm just speed reading.
Yep.
Okay, I'm good. You can go whatever you were going on to.
All right. So this article gets published. Radar Online publishes at 3:30 p.m. yesterday. Okay. Check out when the motion was filed. 2:14 the day after. Literally within 24 hours. So report goes online that Johnny Depp wants to call this guy. And then within 24 hours, all of a sudden, TMZ not only files a motion, they have a motion with an accompanying sworn declaration, sworn before under penalty of perjury within 24 hours. Now, for those of you in the chat that are not lawyers, doing anything within 24-hour period and getting a pleading filed within 24-hour period is not an easy thing.
No, especially not like this is not a canned motion either.
Nope.
This is all original. Yeah, somebody had to sit there and figure this out, do the research. This isn't something that was sitting in a back pocket somewhere. Who did the affidavit? Who's asserting the privilege or claiming the privilege?
The declarant. Let me see if I can pull this up.
It's not like Harvey Levin, because that would be hilarious.
No, it's not that. It is Jason Beckerman.
Hmm.
So this is the other thing. Whenever you see this tagline, I am the head of business and legal affairs. This is I am the CYA department of TMZ.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Quite literally, like when shit hits the fan, I'm the guy they call, and then I'm going to put my neck out on the line and make a declaration under penalty of perjury that the following is true. So, I mean, we'll get to that one in a second, because what he says in the declaration is interesting, because it's also what he doesn't say in that declaration. So let's bypass their argument here, because what they're basically saying. So first of all, let's actually not go all the way past that. The motion itself asserts essentially that this individual had nothing to do with TMZ's receipt of the video, and that he lacks firsthand knowledge of the identity of the confidential source. Well, that's kind of funny, because I would imagine that if Johnny Depp was trying to get over the hurdle of relevance and hearsay, that he would probably have some evidence to substantiate the argument that this person did have that firsthand knowledge.
Yes. Well, my other thought is he may not have received the video, but did he solicit for the video?
Yeah. Or was he present during any of the communications where Amber Heard might have admitted party opponent admission that she had sent the video?
Yes. Yeah. It wasn't him. It was his buddy, the guy next to him, Bob, who did it. Yes.
Yep. And now I love this part here. Purports to know the identity of the source. His information would be based on rumor and conjecture. Look, when you see a lawyer throw rumor and conjecture in there, those are two words that the lawyer is just trying to elicit some type of response. I mean, it's not necessarily the case that it would be rumor and conjecture. Everyone uses that language. It's rather salacious to just kind of throw that in there, basically say this person doesn't know what they're talking about.
Yes. Which I think a great argument from Depp's team is, then why are you asserting privilege for a person who has no knowledge?
Yeah, exactly. Why are you trying to block testimony? If he doesn't have knowledge, let him testify. Let Amber Heard's team make the objections. And then when those objections are made, they'll be sustained.
Yeah, and also that, I mean, if you're following emotion like this, it's almost, we don't want this guy to talk because it's privilege, but we also think we don't believe he has any knowledge that pertain to the privilege. It's like, so we're filing a frivolous motion.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I think, but that makes me think, and I don't know how far you and Hope talked about this. That makes me think something's up here.
Oh, I thought it the second I saw it come across. The second it came across, and TMZ, how fast they filed this thing, because it is possible to file it like 8 a.m. the day of and have the court hear it.
Yes.
And it was also possible for them to file it 30 days prior. Like, I mean, because this trial is a 6-week trial. This is
and they knew that Amber was in the depot talking about them. They would have known that the minute she said it.
Yeah, and they knew that the video was played during the trial. Mm-hmm. And they knew that the question was asked to Amber directly in cross-examination. Did you sell this video?
Yeah.
So what the heck? Why now in the rebuttal case are you now bringing this motion the day before this person's supposed to be called and trying to block the evidence?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. And I'm literally learning about this just now. So I don't know what it did. Do you and Hogue have any thoughts on this from earlier?
Well, I mean, right now we're kind of just speculating. It's speculation, because you have to kind of assume that what this guy is going to get in there and say is, I mean, the assumption or the thought is that he's going to get in there and testify that he knew via some method of establishing that Amber Heard herself or an agent acting on Amber Heard's behalf sold the video to TMZ. Right? That's going to be the crux of his statement.
I would assume so, yes.
Yeah. So that then gets me back to the earlier point. Why the heck now? Like, you must have known that
I wonder if they don't.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's an issue. They don't. I wouldn't think they're this dumb, but maybe in reality they don't own the copyright, and they've been running around.
Ooh.
They've been running around
That'd be
hatchet jobbing
interesting.
people the whole time. Well, I'm trying to think of why do they have to protect themselves? And if they
Oh,
ran around,
shit.
smoking
Sean.
people on copyright, and then it turns out that now they've gone back through and they've been digging through their files, and they've had to have the oh shit moment of, and you've had to do this as a civil attorney, and I've done this once or twice when I got out of law school and I did some work for some oil companies of a well, funny story, but yeah, this isn't what you think it is.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That is insane. I hadn't even thought about that. Like, what if this was
Well,
hacked material?
I'm trying to think, because otherwise they're not arguing this protects their. It's not like their WikiLeaks, where this is like their practice and procedure of getting sources or information. They're arguing to protect. They're literally trying to protect a confidential source who right now we either was Amber herself or Amber through IO Till It Right, giving everything up. At least that's the way I understand it. It's one of those two options.
But follow this one with me. Let's say, because remember, Amber Heard's phone was hacked around this time. This has been kind of a debate that's been occurring. Like, all the photos that Amber Heard has produced and the ones that she hasn't, right? And around
I
this
was not
time
aware
is
of the phone
when.
being hacked.
Say again?
I was not aware of the phone being hacked.
Yeah, Amber Heard's phone was hacked, and a bunch of salacious photographs and videos were released to various media outlets that we're not going to talk about here. But Amber Heard's phone was hacked during this time, around this time period. If TMZ republished a video, and that video turns out, while TMZ has been claiming they have copyright to it, if it turns out that video was instead hacked material, TMZ ends himself up in a world of hurt.
Okay, so yeah, that's okay. That makes sense then why they might not have the copyright if they turns out they don't have the IP for it. But that it it doesn't make much sense why else they're getting involved now and trying to cover something.
Agree.
Unless there's another third party that leaked this and yes, I don't know.
Well, so let's fast forward a little bit to the law that they're trying to use here, because it's kind of interesting to me. They filed this motion, right? And every motion you ever see filed in court, to those of you in the chat that are not attorneys, every motion is going to be argued or written as the strongest thing you've ever read in the whole wide world. It's going to basically say, I am right, they are wrong. You must grant my motion. If you don't grant my motion, you're an idiot. And the sky is going to fall. That's how motions are written. So the argument is essentially that these motions, when they're written and filed, are supposed to put forward the best argument for the person that's filing that motion. Okay. So we're going to bypass this particular issue. TMZ permitted to intervene for a limited purpose. I'm all but conceding that they have a stake here, that if they are claiming this is copywritten material, they have a stake to kind of say it should or shouldn't be disclosed. Okay. Well, let's even assuming I'm wrong there, that's not the part I'm really wanting to focus on. So what I want to focus on is the law that they actually cite to create the privilege itself. So here they basically say that Virginia courts recognize a privilege rooted in the First Amendment, protecting the relationship between journalists and confidential sources, and protecting those sources from being discovered at trial. And Sean, what you jumped in when I was kind of discussing that there are two different types of privilege. There's what's called an absolute privilege, such as attorney-client relationship. That privilege exists, period. You cannot invade those communications between attorney and client unless the client waives them. End of story. And very, very few caveats to that one. And then there are things that are called qualified privileges, where someone either has to pass a hurdle to obtain the privilege. Think police officer in 1983 cases. That police officer has to demonstrate they're acting in accordance with their duties as a police officer. And when they do that, then there is a presumed privilege that attaches to them that says that they are essentially immune from things that they do while in that capacity, right?
Yeah, I'm tracking right along with you.
Okay, that's a qualified privilege. You have to demonstrate something to establish the privilege. There's also qualified privileges that are almost their negative nature, where you don't have to do something to establish it, but the other person has to do something to rebut it, where the privilege is said to exist, but if certain circumstances arise in a case, that privilege is no longer exists. So it's a limited privilege. Okay, so the journalistic privilege is in the category of limited privileges. It's not one of those that's absolute. It's one of those where you either have to prove something to establish it, or something has to be raised that overcomes it. So they rest their foundation in this argument that this privilege, first and foremost, exists. And they use Brown v. Commonwealth to do it. Now, this case itself was a case where an individual was prosecuted, just to bypass, for murder in the second degree. And a lot of the prosecution was based on reporting in the Freelance Star that reported of the incident itself. Now, Mr. Brown wanted to get information on the sources of that article. He wanted to find out who reported it. And what the court did here was the court recognized that in the trial, the article that was written by the author was read to the jury, and the author of the article testified that it accurately reported the information in the article. So the court then goes through a brief analysis, essentially, of what is the newsman's privilege. And I say newsman's because this case came out, I think, in 1973. So we weren't talking about just broad reporters. But they basically say that this is something that comes and stems from the First Amendment. Now, it stems from the First Amendment, but it's not expressed in the First Amendment. It's a privilege that's created by the First Amendment, but it's not an inherent right. It's not something that's universal to the individual and to their right to speak. That gets us to the qualified privilege. It's not absolute. You don't automatically have it. You need to do something to establish that the privilege is bona fide. Okay. So in this particular case, which is relied upon by TMZ, TMZ says that this case is the be all end all, that this is the one that essentially establishes the privilege that exists and that it should not be overcome. Well, this case is the first one that kind of starts setting out the caveats. It basically says that, look, if you're trying to use the source and you're trying to get to the source, then the statement that was made by the source has to be material to the crime that you're trying to disprove. Materiality being the forefront of that argument, that it has to be so significant that it would actually have an impact on the disposition of the case. Right?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So that's the materiality. That's what gives us that first standing. And in this particular case, they basically said, look, the article was published. They had a bunch of other evidence. The statements in the article weren't material to the actual disposition. So that's how the court disposes of that. But that's where TMZ starts their argument. They say, look, there's a privilege that exists. Now, while they go on here, they basically say that, and this bothers me here. They try to argue California law in a Virginia case. One, this is a Virginia case. Virginia law applies. Two, Virginia is not bound to follow the interpretation of any other state, especially when it comes to evidentiary matters that are in the state where the case is being adjudicated. And three, if you're going to pick a state that you want Virginia to follow, maybe it's not California.
I have a feeling California is the only state that has case law that supports them. So, and that's an issue, but if that's all you got, that's the argument you put down.
Yep. Yep. And then you can see the next sentence, they basically cite from Brown, as we discussed earlier, that the privilege that exists for the news reporter should only yield when the party's need for it is essential to a fair trial. And here's where I think TMZ starts to make their first mistakes. This is where they start to kind of suggest that what Johnny Depp is looking for out of this witness is not essential to his case. And I made this point on Hoax, Hogan and I made this point earlier, that Amber Heard rested on her case in chief today. And Johnny Depp made a motion to strike the evidence, basically made a motion for a directed verdict. That motion was denied. Now, but in that motion, well, let me backtrack here. This video goes more towards disproving Amber's argument. So Amber's argument is that Johnny Depp lied to the public when Johnny Depp said that Amber Heard purported a hoax, that she made this up all as a hoax to gain notoriety. And by saying that that was a lie, Amber Heard is now in a position where Amber Heard has to kind of prove that what she said was true, that this was essentially abuse that occurred, and that me going out and saying this publicly was not a hoax. Well, the TMZ video is relevant here, because if Amber Heard sets this stage up to catch Johnny Depp bashing some cabinets, and she intends to leak that to the press, as it's suggested that she did, for no other purpose than to essentially substantiate her argument and give her more notoriety and hurt Johnny Depp more, then that video is kind of core to her case. So that was at least how I was reading it. So the video itself is not just insignificant, it's actually pretty important. And kind of a shoot yourself in the foot moment. You win the motion to strike argument, and the case goes to the jury for Amber Heard. So the case is, Amber Heard's case is not thrown out. So you win that argument, the case isn't thrown out. But now you kind of leave the door open for Johnny Depp to challenge this particular piece of evidence, the video itself, which I think makes it really relevant for this journalist or this person to testify as to where he got this video. Anyways.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, give me your thoughts. You're seeing this fresh, so you gotta fill me in on where you're feeling it.
I like I said, I'm trying to think of why would I try to assert privilege or protection and hide from something everybody already knows about? And the only answer is nobody really knows about it. Everybody thinks they know. Like, everybody has this idea that how this came about, and the only reason why I'm doing this is because I'm scared, because I know that's not the truth. The more and more I'm thinking about this, I do think that they don't have the copyright, or they've been improperly asserting it, but they have to, because if they weren't doing anything about it and people were just using it, well, then people would know they had no authority for it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know. I'm just thinking my way through this.
Oh no, and honestly, Sean, them not having the copyright, I never would have seen that. Like, that was something I did not think about before you even made that statement. But now that you said it, looking at this with a fresh set of eyes, you really might be right. And if you're right, for everyone in the chat, the 8,000 some odd people that are here, you heard it first. Sean got it right. And for that matter, let me go ahead and tell you right now.
There's also a very good chance Sean got this wrong. So
hey, you know what? But either way, 8,000 plus in the chat. If you have not subscribed to Potentially Criminal, I'm going to put his link in the description below. You better get your butt over there and subscribe to him. Sean does some great work. He's been covering a lot of cool cases, and he jumps in on so many other cases too. So looks like he just kind of fell off, might have lost connection, but go over and subscribe to him if you can, because that analysis that he just made, I had not even thought of. So honestly, I'm going to have to wrap my head around that one before tomorrow, because if that does come out, I think the internet might explode. Yeah. If it comes out that TMZ didn't hold the copyright, that would be very interesting to a lot of people who have made the case. Hey, you're back, buddy.
Yeah, sorry. Dropped you. I'm trying to pull up this motion because I want to read it for myself real quick, kind of stem to stern as we're talking.
Why
But
didn't you tell me? I can drop the link in the private chat.
oh, okay. Well, yeah, thanks.
Let me just do that.
Well,
That way you can follow along and not have to look at my stupid screen while I try to
that'll
putz
help,
my way through my second ever live stream, not knowing what the hell I'm doing.
Well, that'll help because I'm using a cell phone right now because the hotel I'm in has got the crappiest Wi-Fi in the world. I can't use my laptop.
There we go. Private chat. Sean now has the motion.
Let me see.
There. Now Sean can follow along and read ahead and speculate more on the fact that TMZ probably doesn't have the copyright, or the argument that they don't have this copyright, which would be fantastic. It would be fantastic for Emily Baker, because I actually would love to see the burn video that Emily Baker would do towards TMZ for trying to strike her for that.
Oh, well, it'd be a lot more just a burn video at that point. But yes, I agree with your sentiments.
Yeah. Now, what's funny about a lot of the analysis that TMZ relies on is, for anyone who is a law nerd, when you see this here, VA Sir, that's a Virginia Circuit Court. That's a court that is of equal jurisdiction to the court that's hearing this case. What that means is that this Judge Ascarati, does not have to follow that precedent. That's not precedent. That is suggestive. That just says, hey, another judge saw similar facts and found a similar way. Now, a lot of this motion, and you guys can read it yourself, it's on the Fairfax County website. A lot of this motion, a lot of the cases they cite in these motions are circuit court rulings, which just essentially says, this is how another judge in your position ruled this way, so follow that judge. The other thing about it is some of these cases are federal rulings. That right there, F3D, Federal Second Reporter. Okay. Those cases, that case is a federal case that is interpreting Virginia substantive law, which means that it is suggestive, but is not something that the court in Virginia is absolutely bound by. So when you see that in here, it means that there's not a whole lot of authority that supports this grand position that TMZ is trying to assert, that essentially this journalist is completely protected by immunity, or by this privilege. So TMZ goes on basically to say they're trying to argue here that the video itself is not material to Johnny Depp's case. We just talked about that. I completely disagree with that. I can't see how they can make that argument with a straight face when Amber Heard herself. I mean, this case is based on who's telling the truth. That's what this case is. At the end of the day, who's telling the truth? Who do we believe? You have a bunch of third-party reporting. You have a bunch of people that say, I didn't see one thing or the other. You have people saying, I never saw Johnny Depp be violent. You have people saying Amber Heard was never violent. So it really comes down to Johnny Depp's testimony and who believes him, and Amber Heard's testimony and who believes her. Well, one significant thing about that is, did this person lie to you when they were on the stand? And that whole statement of, I did not sell this video to TMZ, is a rather significant statement, especially if it's not true. So I cannot see how they're saying this is not material to a defamation case where she put this information forward to try and prove the abuse. It's just ridiculous.
Some people were bringing up, some issues that kind of and and this is just because I do a lot of criminal stuff, so I get very conspiratorial very quickly with theories.
No, criminal
Um,
guys getting conspiratorial.
yeah. Um, and I saw some people. I was just scrolling up through to see what other people were saying in the comments. Um, Guys, it doesn't affect Camille that they thought Amber sold it because they thought she did. Um, I mean, like, was it a hack or was it like a conveniently timed? Oops, my phone got hack.
Yeah.
I mean, like, was it like a real hack or is it like everybody who has a sex tape now that gets hacked? Um,
Oh, you're making the Kim
because
Kardashian argument?
well, yeah,
Quasi? Yeah.
except I think that I mean we have to remember Amber is she's not like Clausewitz, but she is very cunning and she can think a move or two ahead. I could see her saying like this stuff got stolen from her, and I could see like TMZ still paying her money, like on the debt. Like I see a lot of people having a lot of potential criminal liability out of this. Like just these allegations of, I mean, like sounds like there could be some fraud involved here. Um, I mean, a lot of things.
Oh, there's any number of things, buddy.
Yeah, I know, but
I
I'm just
mean,
thinking, because here's the thing, Amber is, she's cunning, but she's also stupid. Like I could see her setting this up, not necessarily with TMZ hacking it, but like, here, I want you to, break in and stage a robbery or break in and stage a burglary, or as her friends tried to stage a domestic violence crime scene. Um, which don't ever do that, guys. That doesn't usually end well for little people. You're not rich like Amber. Um, I wonder if they found out about it at this point, and now they're trying to, you know, they talked to this Tremaine guy, and he's like, I don't really know how we got it. Um, and I think that they're worried that it's going to get caught like TMZ kind of just did this all willy nilly.
yeah. Like
And I don't think they're
just
behind it, but I think that turns into Amber orchestrated this, and yeah, I don't know. That's me just thinking a little bit more on this. That's probably too far down the rabbit hole, though.
I mean, I don't know. So for right now, so here's what we're gonna do. I want to take a 60-second break. Sean, in the interim, I want you to tell the chat, the 10,000 people in the chat.
Yep.
I want you to tell them what you do, where you are, what you're covering, and why they need to go over and subscribe to you. You okay doing that?
No, I'm fine with that. Yeah,
All right,
I
give
can
me 10
chill like
seconds.
anybody.
Give me 60 seconds. Be right back.
All right, guys. Thank you. Yeah. So, guys, my name's Sean Martin. I run the channel Potentially Criminal. I am a criminal defense attorney out of Cleveland, Ohio. So I cover topics generally in the criminal field, in the criminal area. Um, with Amber Heard, there's not a lot of, is she going to go to jail for perjury? No, that's not going to happen. But as I talked about last Thursday on my live streams that I do weekly, she's going to have perjury issues in Britain for lying and basically embarrassing the government in Johnny Depp's case with the son, but also in Australia. Um, covering topics like that, just anything that's going on. I do try to stream trials as they appear, especially if they're interesting or there's something special about them. Sometimes, yeah, it's just a plain murder. But as they go along, I try to give you guys some of my insight and thoughts about them because I do try quite a few cases. If there's something really neat out there, like 2 weeks ago, I covered Mario Batali, the former celebrity chef back like Food Network days. His sexual indecent groping trial that he had. It's a very interesting one. If you guys want to watch it,
Yeah, that case
you
got
won't believe
dismissed,
what
right?
happens. Yeah, well, he
It
got
was
acquitted.
ruling, it
He
was
got
ruling in
acquitted.
favor of Batali, right?
Yeah, he got acquitted because the it didn't help the victim claimed, and she claimed on a jury form in another case that she was clairvoyant, and then when confronted with it, she doubled down and stated that she 100% was clairvoyant. Um,
Dude, note to the chat: if you're ever called as a witness, and someone says, "How do you know what's correct?" Maybe don't tell them I'm a clairvoyant. Just a general rule.
yes. Yes, and then when they confront you with your deposition testimony, don't tell them, yes, I'm more correct now than I was back then.
Yeah. I have become more astute in my observations 20 years ago than I was 20 years ago.
Yes. But yeah,
Yeah.
guys, I generally do I do a stream every Thursday night at 9:30. Um, and there's usually something going on. Right now, this week I'm on the road on a quasi vacation, so not really anything coming from my end. But generally speaking, I do put out my own content as well, videos here and there about things that while they may not seem like there's criminal issues, what'll happen down the road with it, where I think things can go. And yeah, if you guys like it, please give me a like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it.
And for those of you interested, his link has just been added to the description of this particular forum, or this particular, oh my gosh, ADHD, man.
Your
This
description.
particular
Your
thing.
description. Yeah. I would, and I don't have my camera on because I'm in a hotel room that's kind of lit up like a cave, so wouldn't be very
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah. Oh, also for those in the chat, Sean also covered, what was the nurse case?
Deronda Vaught, her.
Yeah.
That was weird.
Well, yeah, and the sentencing on that one. If you haven't gone to watch that video, that's a big video for you guys to go watch, because that one was crazy. They actually allowed for cross-examination in that particular case of a victim statement, right?
Well, no, everybody, the people who
Oh my gosh.
gave statements, the victim family members, people who are saying, all that, I get speaking up on behalf of the state and on the state side of the case, but also her friends and people that came to speak on her behalf, they were getting questioned, which completely blows my mind that they do that. But yeah, and it was also a great example of the state. The district attorney himself was there, threw a temper tantrum because, and you could hear him, he did not like the fact that Deronda Vaught was talking shit about him, and got him very, very mad. And he came in there wanting to send her to prison because he upset her, and because he got his feelings hurt. He came in there trying to crush that woman. Kind of pathetic, actually. So take a look at it, guys. You'll enjoy it.
Oh my gosh, look, we have another guest coming in. Hey, Ian.
So I'm here from the airport.
Which airport, dare I ask?
The Edmonton airport. So just the beginning of my voyage, but yeah, I'm camped out in the airport lounge, so I've got a little bit of time here.
So, did you catch any of the news today about TMZ filing a motion to intervene?
I did, and that seems a little wild to me. So I kind of wanted to hear your take on it, because I understand you're going through case law.
Yeah, just a little bit of it. I mean, it doesn't make sense, because the thing is, one, it's a qualified privilege. It's not absolute. Two, so they have to demonstrate an actual need for the privilege. Two, it appears that it is used 90% of the time in criminal cases. And then in the other 10% that I can see, it's used when the publisher is the defendant in a defamation case, which actually would make it seem like you have a stronger argument for the privilege, right? Because you're the publisher, right. You have the right to defend yourself and defend your sources. This just seems like, what is the stake here? Why are you trying so hard to prevent this information from coming out?
Well, I mean, there is an argument for people won't provide them with stuff if they can't protect their sources. I can see that argument, right? We want people to continue being sources, so we will zealously protect every source. That's a principled stance, and I could respect that. I don't know if that's the stance they've taken in the past, because if not, then the principle doesn't apply so well. But I think that also, I feel like the information here might be a little embarrassing.
You mean embarrassing in TMZ?
Yeah. Because if it is from the herd side, and if it is that that they've been sort of used as part of a PR campaign, that's not a great look.
No, but did you hear? Have you heard Sean's recent take? Because I like this one even more.
I haven't. I've been in a very harrowing Uber ride.
All right,
Oh,
so
okay,
Sean, well, harrowing for
So-
several reasons probably, but Sean's recent take that I like a lot, and Sean can add in on this one, is basically that TMZ may possibly not own the copyright.
Ooh, that's even spicier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Runkle, I was just kind of looking at it from the idea if they are so hell bent on not wanting information disclosed, I'm thinking it's we don't what we know the story of Amber giving it or Amber through IO or whoever leaking it to TMZ is not actually how it happened, and the truth is a lot worse than what is what we know as far as the lore is concerned.
Haven't they threatened to sue people over this one? Like, haven't they been actively
Well, they've
Yeah.
been
pursuing the copyright?
Yeah.
That gets us into some interesting territory. Are we
Well-
into Fraud Town, or
I
Well,
mean,
that's- I think part of it, and I was telling Rob this, the only thing that makes sense is, when they found out this person was going to testify, they started digging through their file, and then they find out like, somebody came to them and said, guys, you don't have what you think you have. Because otherwise, if they knew about this from the start, and they knew, like the moment Amber, the words TMZ left her mouth, they knew about it.
Yeah.
They would have been involved. They would have filed a motion back then to say, any reporters we have, they're protected. They would have made a motion back then. To do it now brings so much attention to them because everybody's watching. I think it's because they've got some liability that they're very concerned about at this point.
that could be really interesting if they're stuck sitting here on a potential fraud issue or something like that? Because
well, and when they did the copyright strikes against, I know for Emily's case, they didn't just say like take the video down. I think they did the strike where they kind of say, hey, we want all the profits.
yeah,
And it's kind of one of those deals now. Once they've started going down that road, you can't really back. Well, I mean, ethically, you should back down from it, but I could see TMZ saying, "Well, we're already halfway down this road. We may as well, it's too late to turn back."
that's usually the wrong answer. Usually
It is.
usually it's always a better idea to turn back from a bad course of action.
I agree, but that's people sometimes
Oh yeah, people get
It's too
locked
late.
in and they get so consequence averse that they're not willing to take a little consequence in order to avoid a big consequence.
Yeah.
I think Leonard French has a line that he likes to use, which is, eat the crow while it's young and tender, because otherwise you're going to eat it when it's old and tough. And I'm like, yep.
I need to clip that. I need to find a way to get that get that quote and put it up.
It's I think it's a quote from litigation, but he really likes it. He's used it on several occasions.
Yeah,
and
that's a good
I
one.
really like it. I think it's a really excellent descriptor. And I mean, he sort of points to that in terms of the court setting. And I think it's excellent advice for young lawyers because there are so many instances where you will have screwed up because, that's part of learning the law is you're going to have mistakes. And watching the difference between how a judge treats you when you've owned up to it versus when you're trying to hide it, huge.
Oh yeah. Hey, Runkle. So there are a bunch of people in the chat that are mistakenly believing that you are flying home. Would you mind clarifying to where you're flying?
So I am currently in Edmonton where I live. Right now, I am about to get on a plane to go back to Virginia. So I'm going the other way. And Rob's going to be picking me up at the airport in hours. I'm coming out to try to watch the closing. And if anything is happening on the Thursday, surely something's going to be happening. Although I've heard some rumors that they might just wrap it up early with a whole bunch of time left in the bank, which kind of seems like spiking the football.
There's no
but
way. I mean, They burned 30 minutes. They burned 30 minutes today. It was
Wow.
really funny. I don't know if you caught the end of it, Runkle, but Dennison or Chu stands up and basically says, Judge, that it's 5 o'clock. Our next witness is available tomorrow. We don't have him available today. And Judge Ascarati basically says, yeah, that's fine. We can start tomorrow, but I'm counting that 30 minutes against your clock. And he was like, that's fine, Judge.
Wow. Just does he look over towards Elaine and her team to just be like,
exactly, like, hey, you wish you guys had 30 minutes to burn, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
that's just the moment when you're just like, I'm just gonna dab here. Like that's
I mean,
that's a baller move there.
As a litigator, would you ever want to be in a better position than having 3 times as much time as your opponent?
I think that what's happened here in terms of the time disparity is just unreal. Like this is pretty much the worst case scenario where they're behind. I think they're behind in terms of what the jurors think, and they've got no time to make it up. And any time they use trying is because if they get down to 0, if they get down to the position where they have no time left for crosses, that's just gonna be hilarious because at that point they can call whoever, right?
Well,
and think of all the witnesses. Well, and think of all the witnesses we've seen who've actually looked kind of okay until they got slaughtered on cross, and that's mostly been Amber Heard's, witnesses. But like their experts and so forth, a lot of them have looked pretty okay, unless you've got some sort of knowledge and background and so forth, and then they just get annihilated on cross, like nothing left. That's such a dangerous place to be. And I don't.
Today they proved they can do efficient cross. Today they used 1 hour and 15 minutes. Like they proved they can do efficient cross examination.
Yeah, it's like, where's that been all this time?
Yeah, what the heck?
And the other thing that just astounds me though is like a lot of their time was just so frivolously wasted up until now. It's like they were throwing it away on some witnesses that I thought were worse than useless.
I mean, and for the benefit of the chat, because people are asking this question. So at the beginning of the case, the judge divided the time in half, where you both had this equal number of hours that you could allocate as you chose and as you saw fit. That then puts it to the attorneys to decide a legal strategy on how to prepare their case and manage their time accordingly. They know they have to put on Johnny Depp's case, Amber Heard's case, Johnny Depp's rebuttal. Okay, so you have all that time to manage. So they then are burning time with witnesses that they think are important to their particular case, or witnesses that one of the parties thinks they need to hear from. And they're burning clock as they're going, and the judge is giving them weekly updates on the time. And then as they get towards the end, the judge keeps reminding them, saying, look, I will cut you off mid-witness. Now, Andrea Burkhart did mention, and I did agree with her today, that even if they burn out 100% of the clock, there is some Court of Appeals authority in Virginia that says that cross-examination is a right to the party. But it doesn't really say the scope of that. And there's contrary authority as well that says where both parties kind of are aware of this and they have the ability to strategize around it. So my impression is that if Amber Heard's team really does run out of time entirely, like the Kate Moss example, right? If Kate Moss is called as the last witness and there's no time on the clock for Amber Heard's team, the Judge Ascarati would essentially have to give them some de minimis amount of time for cross-examination, perhaps like a 5-minute window. Like, look, I'm not going to take away your right to cross-examination. You can ask 2 questions.
Yeah. And 5 minutes is not enough time to have an effective cross.
No.
Well,
so
also the bigger issue is, because Joe and I were talking about this at lunch today. I think the best thing you could do is run their clock out, and then when you've got that 2 or 3 hours left, like you throw somebody like Dr. Curry up there, eat up a ton of your time, because if she goes, they can't let her go unopposed. They can't let a bunch of these witnesses go unopposed. And then when they run out of time, we'd like to call Amber Heard to the stand and just let Camille beat on her for the last 2 or 3 hours.
I think they have a stipulation that prevents that. So I've heard some discussion of that there's a stimulation.
Yes and no, because they also were talking about putting Johnny Depp on the stand. At this point in time, I don't believe anything that PR teams are putting out.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I think at this point, if there was an agreement, just what they've done so far, I mean, look at their case. I mean, I've thought this myself. Like, this is it. This is the best they got. Like, they knew all. Like, watching all these depositions, like they knew all this walking into here, and no,
That's what's been
I hope they do call her up there, and I hope Camille beats on her like a Renan mule for 3 hours, and then fine. As Crowdy says, hey, you got pay Elaine. Here's 5 minutes. Ask 2 questions to try to basically rehabilitate Amber, because at this point it's going to turn into, hey Amber, have you noticed that nobody else agrees with you so far? That all these things you claim have happened didn't happen? What's your answer to that? And when her brains literally spill out of her ears from, the stroke she has trying to come up with an answer, there's nothing they're going to be able to do about that. I think that's a great way to end it. Don't let Johnny up there. Just let Amber
Emily chimed in for the case in chief. Yeah.
Okay. So if they can,
there you go.
If they can call her now, yeah. I mean, it's a risky strategy because, of course, the opposing party can go all sorts of sideways. But I mean, she has been a really bad witness.
Well,
it's a question.
And even if the stipulation for the case in chief, I mean, that leaves the strategy call of how dumb would it be? Like, how dumb is that to put either one of the parties on right now? I mean, I just can't see where the benefit outweighs the cost.
Yeah. Like, if she comes up there and somehow manages to be sympathetic, that would be a bad thing, right?
Well, I mean, not even that. I mean, the thing is, if Johnny Depp calls Amber Heard, and I've talked about this one before, if Johnny Depp calls Amber Heard, Amber Heard's own attorneys can ask leading questions because technically it is Amber Heard's cross-examination.
Yeah, so long as they have time left.
Yeah, and the thing with that we've seen with Elaine Bredehoff is, she's afraid of letting Amber Heard answer a question that is not a leading question.
Well, and I think she's got good reason to be. Amber Heard is terrible on.
Yeah.
And I think there's several points where, just from my read on things, Amber Heard has answered a question in a way that Bredehoff did not expect. And
several times.
Like, it looks to me like the discussions they had in their meetings about, like, here's what my testimony is going to look like. That, if you get to that point where your client is suddenly testifying to something completely different, that's a terrifying place to be as a lawyer. And you really, so I think she was trying to lead Amber so hard. And I think that a lot of that was like, you were telling me a story before, I really want that to be the story. Can we please make that the story? And Amber's just not playing ball because she seems to be this absolute wild card. She thinks she knows better than everybody else. And I feel bad for Elaine. Like, I am planning on doing a video, basically a defense of Elaine, because a lot of the commentary out there, in terms of the Twitterverse and so forth, I think is overly harsh. I suspect she's normally a pretty good lawyer. I think she's just struggling here because she's got the harder scenario.
I mean, she does.
So,
and to all those purple hearts in the chat, I do see you guys. All of LawTube has the link to come in here. Emily hit 500,000 subscribers today. We're going to give her the evening. She can come in if she wants, but she can have the evening to herself to celebrate with her husband because today was a huge day for her. So I'm really glad she popped into the chat just to say hey. But man, let her have her fun if she wants to have her fun. Okay.
I hope there's a bottle of champagne open somewhere over there, because
there's got to be 3 or 4, man. That was huge.
Well, and I made the comment on Twitter. I want to see what she does to celebrate when she hits 1 million, because it's going to happen.
She better fly all of us out, like LawTube, like LawTube party session at Emily's house.
You heard it here first, though. She's gonna hit that 1 million. I don't know when, but it's gonna happen.
Yep. All right, let me hit a couple of these super chats because otherwise I'm going to get way behind like I did last time. Okay. I know you don't like the idea of it, but your temperament, clear explanation of law, and ability to run a room all point to being a judge one day. Suk Madig. I'm not going to say that too fast because it's going to sound bad. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I don't really have an interest in being a judge. It's a really hard job.
That's probably the people who would make the best judges.
Runkle, stop encouraging them. R. Finch, thank you for the super chat. Rob, I appreciated how compassionate you were with Runkle on his sleep exhaustion live stream last week. Yes. You're a kind, sensitive person. We're going to do another sleep exhaustion live. We're going to do another one.
It's going to happen.
Runkle is going to be here, and we're going to keep him up until all hours of the night, so he starts saying ridiculous things and cursing profanities. Not Vanya, thank you for the super sticker. Lisa BS, thank you for the super sticker. Sam, can you buy a video from someone who didn't take it? We see Amber Heard took the video, so wouldn't she be the one to sell it? Thanks for sharing, Rob. That's a curious question. I think that's going to be asked of the reporter who's going to be testifying, hopefully.
Yes.
Raisa Faria, you're respectful and on point with comments. Won me over. Thanks for all. Thank you very much for that. Tara Rayner, a former producer, could choose to testify without the outlet asserting right unless they signed an NDA. There was an NDA in this case, so I don't think that's exactly on point. So we'll see how this plays out. Stephanie Cornwell, thank you for the super chat. Even if you let the impeachment issue slide, wouldn't the fact that Depp is required to prove malice substantial enough to allow the witness? I think so, because honestly, she put the video at issue. I think he can call him as a witness in response. Carrie Colton, maybe that witness at TMZ knows something about being tipped off at the courthouse too. Curious minds. Sphere Star, wow, thank you for the lumber fund. Oh my gosh, you have no idea how much that means to me. I actually do need to buy some more.
That's going to buy some exotic hardwood inlays.
Hopefully. Yeah. Thank you very much again. Sandra Young, thank you for the hard work. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate all the support. The Law Patrol. I'm confused. Doesn't the video deposition of Heard already establish that she was the source and therefore is public information, or is that too murky?
Oh my God. Yeah. That's the best. Fuck Law too. Law Patrol. That sounds better.
You like the Law Patrol show? Is that you, Sean, that said that?
Yeah. Yeah. Why not? I mean, it's like Paw Patrol. I mean, who doesn't like Paw Patrol?
Don't you feel like we're going to run into some kind of trademark infringement there? Because you feel like Law Patrol.
I feel like they would sue us just for sport.
That would be fun. Imagine that litigation going forward, by the way. Like
a bunch of lawyers crush a children's TV show. That'd be great.
Yeah. Law Patrol
really live up to our name.
Paw Patrol. Oh my gosh, we would kill kids' minds. So many crying tears and everything because no, I hate that idea.
But so many angry parents who typoed when they were because P and L are pretty close on a keyboard.
God. Megan Stratton, thank you for the super chat. Very generous of you. Thank you. Ms. Johnson, thank you.
You're trying to hook your kid up with that. And then you get like good logic on one of his rants.
Oh God, guys. Sandra Ramirez, the reporter no longer works for TMZ. I did read that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Kim Clements, hit the like button. Thank you. Yes, please do that. It honestly is really helpful to me, especially a smaller channel. Well, not smaller, but younger channel with very limited content. It helps to drive people to the limited content that I do have. Jennifer Ellsworth, hello from Indy. Thanks so much, Rob, for the level-minded trial input. Haha, no pun intended. Oh, I see. Level. Got it. Will the elimination of jurors happen in front of the gallery/cameras? Does it happen as soon as closing wraps up? It's going to happen after closing arguments, after the final jury instructions. And honestly, it's going to happen likely in front of the gallery. It will be witnessed. But what is said and which jurors are selected, I'm not sure yet. So we'll have to watch out for that one. The Realistic Mystic, $5. TMZ just wants the public to stay relevant because of their ratings and views. Business as usual, but now it's backfiring. I agree, and thank you for the super chat. Lori Boffman, appreciate having a local on the scene to explain the law. You have a local, you have some foreign, you have everybody. They're all lawyers, and all the input is remarkably helpful to the channel and to all of LawTube. So thank you very much for the support. We really do appreciate it. Tara Rayner, maybe the motion is only for posturing. It's known they bought the video from AH, maybe ownership rights. I don't see how they give a single F. Well, the motion would suggest they give quite a few Fs.
That's
file a motion in 24 hours.
That's a giving an F kind of move. especially because if you're going to hire a lawyer for a 24-hour turnaround motion, when you want something done tonight from a lawyer, that costs money. There is a price tag that goes with that.
Oh yeah.
And
yeah,
I mean, if it was TMZ calling, that price tag is going to be,
not small.
somebody's buying a boat.
Yeah. And what's funny is the lawyer that filed the motion, I looked at the bar number. That lawyer is probably about 5 years younger than I am. And he turned around and filed that thing in a day. Oof.
That's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And
Right?
I thought you were.
it's well researched and written. Like, kudos to that guy.
Yeah, not bad, right? Yeah, I was pretty impressed.
I thought you were going to
all
say that his bar number was like 12.
right. No. He's younger than I am. So Karen Hamrick, thank you for the very generous super chat. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for all the analysis of trial, plus all the good lumber info, more lumber info and trial info to come. Stay tuned. We're going to have some fun with this. Emily Green, DUI guy, said that saw a bill to Gordon Reese for $25K in the laptop screen of lady. I don't really want to talk about what DUI guy saw on screens of different people. That's not in evidence, and that's not really before the jury.
You also should be careful as you're an officer of the court of the state of Virginia, too.
Yeah. I don't really.
Yeah,
want
I'm not touching that one.
Yeah, Larry can do whatever he wants because he's, not in that state.
Yeah. Johnny Cause, they were alerted by Amber's team and were waiting for an article to come out in order to use that as cause. The motion was ready to go. I would probably slightly agree. They had to tailor the motion a little bit, but the fact that they got it filed in 24 hours, speaking to any attorney who knows how hard that is to get turned around and filed. And by the way, Fairfax, you have to file those in person. So there's a courier that went from that dude's office in DC to Fairfax to get that filed.
You guys can't e-file?
We just implemented it, and it's a baby new system. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
I've practiced out in the middle of you can get your horse reshoed while you go to court, Ohio, and
Sean,
I can e-file.
The funny thing about this court is you've seen how efficiently this court operates. It has operated under this system that efficiently for this long.
Wow.
You try to go in there and say, we're going to change your system.
Well, no, I get that, but it's you saw the pictures I sent you when I was trying to do my little gag. Like, they have the kind of money to do all that nice stuff, and they couldn't, do something short of you have to show up in person. I'm just saying.
Where I am, lots of stuff has to be filed in person. I think the Supreme Court still requires personal, filings and so forth. What it ends up growing up around that is you get couriers whose basically their specialty is taking stuff to court and filing it.
Yep.
And and if you find a good one, like one that's able to sort of sweet talk the clerks into filing something that's maybe got a couple of problems, that person is on your speed dial.
Yep. Okay, so Casey Langford, Rob, will this actually prevent anything tomorrow? We don't know. They're probably going to argue this first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Lisa White, there has to be a case comparison. This can't be the first time this issue's come up. I tried to walk through a few of them. There's one more that I'm hoping to get to if I can get through these super chats, but we'll see. Anushika Ganagoda, thank you for the super sticker. Very much appreciated. Lisa White, TMZ would do that. They may not own the rights. That would be super interesting. I can't wait if that's right. And if it's right, I'm going to blast Sean all over the internet and call him for the first one that called it. Help your cat to drive. Love the freaking name. Hi, Rob. This is excellent. You are the first super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. That really actually does mean a heck of a lot, man. I know that this money is not easy to part with, and every person's a little bit different. Thank you. It really does mean a lot. Whitney H., in your opinion, how likely is it the motion will be carried out and that TMZ reporter won't testify? This would be a game changer, correct? I don't know that I would call it a game changer, but I will say that based on my view of this case law, TMZ has a pretty big freaking hurdle to overcome on this one, especially because Amber Heard put the video at issue.
Yep.
Toshi Yar, check SEC's text timeline video of the May 21st incident. 7:05 a.m. she texts IO saying TMZ will find out on Monday. That's interesting, and that might come up as well. I would be very curious about that. The unrealistic mystic, unless she paid them. You never know. Nicholas Crowley, does TMZ not have some obligation when buying the tape to verify that who they're buying it from has copyright if he hacked it? No, the onus is honestly on them. If you try to buy a piece of material and media and you're buying it assuming that you're going to have the copyright, that's kind of on you to do the research to determine that the person who's selling it to you actually owns the media to begin with, right?
Yep, I would think so. I mean, it's like if you're buying a car, you want to see title, not just keys. You want to see some ownership details.
Even more so in the salacious nature of what they traffic in. But
because they are ripe for getting sued otherwise. Because let's say you get a salacious video and you buy it and run it, and you don't own the copyright. Well, the person who's upset with it might actually go and buy the copyright from the actual legitimate holder and then wreck your whole day.
And I mean, you guys, the thing is, TMZ is not one of those companies that doesn't get sued all the time. They get sued all the time. So they are not they're not used to this. They know how this game works.
They've probably got a lawyer for every reporter.
Probably, Ian. We Chic. Could AH have sent something to TMZ threatening to stop the release? Nope. They were going to release it once they had it. Applejam PB. Why would Depp's team call him if he's going to say it was not Amber Heard, though? Seems pointless if they don't know what their witness will say. Why would Depp's team call him if he's not going to say it's not? No, they know what he's going to say. They do. And they're putting this out there because they know he's going to say what they think he's going to say, which is Amber Heard sold it to him. This is just an attempt to block that information, whether it's from Amber Heard's PR team or from TMZ or from both of them. Who knows?
And if that is what they say, then that makes Heard a liar.
Yep.
Again.
U.S. federal video voyeurism law. Every state has unique laws to video recording. Consult with an attorney in your own state to determine what, if anything, you can do. Oh, God, Elaine. Oh, I hate that is now inserted in my brain. What, if anything? Consult a local attorney to determine what you are or are not allowed to do with regard to videotaping in private, okay? Not for us to discuss on this channel. Could TMZ have the metadata? Crafting and creating with Caroline. I don't know, to be honest. I imagine if they bought the video itself, it wouldn't be in its raw format. Generally speaking, the metadata is tied to the device where the photo was taken on. You need the actual image of that device to analyze it.
Not necessarily. Often the metadata is preserved and may get changed by the act of making a copy. Yep. But there's usually some sort of metadata there. But the other thing that if you're careful, some people will scrub metadata because, if they're providing it to something like this. And also a lot of services out there will scrub metadata. Like I believe Facebook, if you post a picture to Facebook, it wipes out a lot of the metadata just because there was a bit of a controversy with people posting images of like, hey, look at my new whatever. And then people were pulling the metadata and going, oh, look, this brand new car lives at this address. I will go and, me and my Slim Jim will go and do some shopping.
Yep. Could it be because he was filmed illegally and they purchased it knowing California two-party consent state? I don't see how that would tie the purchase, but that's a California law issue. I guess we'll see tomorrow, to be honest. Josephine Dumont, does it matter that AH also had accused one of Depp's lawyers as being the leak to TMZ? I don't think so, because if this guy comes to testify, we're going to find out who leaked it. The Law Patrol. Bahaha. I have sent that many super chats over the last few days. My bank just called me to report suspicious transactions. Dude, yeah, it's some fun content, right? Mother of Healers, do you think the jury will let Jen H's letter? We'll get to see Jen H's letter. I don't know. We're actually waiting to see closing arguments on that one because it wasn't clear based on that testimony what we saw. R. Finch, take their claim as true that the witness doesn't know who the source is. I think the witness is to testify as to how TMZ acquires copyrights and that AH is the only one that could have sold it. That would be also very interesting because that would essentially leave the jury with no other understanding other than Amber Heard was the one that sold it. catching
I'm
up.
wondering if there's also some possibility of the two teams working together, in the sense of Amber Heard's team having some discussions with the TMZ people.
Oh, Ian, I love that you threw air quotes around that. Some possibility. Yeah, I'm sure. Okay. Daniel Oxley, if Depp and Amber had an NDA after divorce, didn't Amber break that? They both broke it, so it's not really at issue here. Purple Kirby, I'm confused about that. I saw a lot of people that have strikes on their channels on this video. They all say it was TMZ and could be automatic bot that does that. No, not really. Someone has to go in and see the content.
There is a feature on YouTube that identifies things like that.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, I mean, they can automatically basically target anything that does it, but you choose which clips you do that with, right? And, if they're saying, hey, we want to, we're claiming this is copyrighted and we're going to shut people down for this, well, that's on them.
Yep. You better put up or shut up. Ruby Rudy. I didn't realize Ms. Vasquez is a pro hoc vice attorney in this case. Yes, she is a Massachusetts attorney and California attorney, I believe, who is pro hoc vice representing in this case. Julia Dalton, plot twist. What if AH made WH by physical or other or PH sell the video? Oh, what if AH made Whitney Heard by physical or other means sell the video and they don't have the copyright? Hacking is a cover-up, just a theory. It's an interesting theory. I kind of think it's interesting.
I mean, if Amber Heard made Whitney sell the video, then we'd probably have an agency issue there.
Yeah. Jenny's getting inky with it. Is it possible they bought it secondhand? If so, how does it affect things? I don't really know. I think it would create a lawsuit by Amber Heard against whomever sold it to TMZ and possibly TMZ, but it wouldn't be relevant for this case. Nicholas Starro. If TMZ didn't have the copyright, then all strikes would be done in bad faith, and that opens up them being sued for damages. That's kind of what Sean suggested. Josephine Dumont. Other theory, AH was in talks with TMZ before making the video, and they made the video at their request. I don't know if that's the case. It seems like the video existed for a period before that happened.
That's a level I'm not sure I'm willing to go. That's a road I'm not willing to go down yet. But I mean, given how the rest of this is shooken out so far, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, our in-house conspiracy theorist / criminal defense attorney is saying that even he would not go that far.
Yeah. I'm waiting to hear. I wonder what their arguments will be, especially if they're televised.
I love the caveat. Both of you chimed at the same time. That was great. Caitlin Johnson. If someone with knowledge already told Depp team how TMZ reported came by the vid, what privilege still exists? I don't know.
There can be all sorts of situations where you can learn things that are still covered by privilege.
Yes.
True.
I mean,
Rob, thanks for. Go ahead.
I had a lawyer accidentally email me a bunch of stuff, and then I had the follow-up email of, please don't read that, and I'd already read it. But it was accidentally sent, and so you can't rely on that. It isn't a waiver of the privilege. So I had learned things that I couldn't use and couldn't anything, because it happens. There's all sorts of ways that can be a thing.
Yep. Stark. Hey, Rob, thanks for streaming. So happy to be here. Question. Think the witnesses will be permitted in your opinion? I think he's coming in. That's just my opinion. Take it for what it is. I think he's coming in. Purple Kirby. Let's rephrase that question. Only AH or JD could have given this video to someone because in the video, they were in this video. That would be implied by the fact that the video was taken on one of their devices. Ginger Ninja. Hit that like button already. Yes, please do that. And then go subscribe to Runkle of the Bailey and Potentially Criminal and hit the like button and the bell. Get all the notifications. Watch their content. They're great. Ian's going to be here for the rest of the week. And we're going to have some good fun streaming, drinking beer, and staying up way too late. Teresa Wetterath. If she didn't leak it to them, she obviously knew they were using it and didn't stop them from using it. I don't know that argument carries as much weight. Once that information's out there, it's out there.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't necessarily have to act on your copyrights. It's not like trademark where it's a use it or lose it, defend it or lose it kind of thing. So in theory, if somebody else leaked it, she could be sitting there going, I'm not upset that this is out there.
Yep.
So I'm not going to do anything.
And to everyone in the chat, I'm going to give you guys a 5-minute warning on super chats. I'm going to turn super chats off because you guys did this to me last time and you tried to kill me. And you're still trying to kill me and you still keep trying to kill me. I love the generosity, but oh my gosh, guys. You saw what you guys almost did to Ian. If he had tried to read super chats last week, he would have died and he'd still be reading them. So I'm going to turn them off in about 5 minutes and we'll try to make through everything I've got here that's left. Purple Kirby, that video in question was in Amber's phone. Yep, it was. She testified to it. Casey Langford, subscribe to your channel, Sean. Thank you. Yeah, Sean.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yep. Veronica Castro de Wylachowski, super sticker. Thank you very much. Becky Emmett, if Morgan Tremaine was no longer employed with TMZ when the video was received, why would they care if it was called as rebuttal witness? Because they have an NDA that protects that disclosure. And if TMZ is seen as disclosing information given to them by confidential informants, there's not a lot of confidential informants that are going to come forward from here on out.
Yeah. And that's a really big thing if you're somebody like TMZ, because they rely on that.
Absolutely. They need the leaks to survive. And if people don't view that as being permissible, then that kills their business. You are the best thing about LawTube. Thank you very much, John Golden. Morgan 1086. Okay, but that was Camille Astor. Yes, it was. That is my avatar. She is the thunder god of litigation. Mother of healers. She should never have been convicted. Redonda. I agree. Sean has a great analysis of that. Watch that sentencing, and Nurse Liz is on there as well, who also gives insanely good input on that case. So yeah, go check out Potentially Criminal for that one. If you have not subscribed, I see how many of you guys are in the freaking chat right now? I can't even see because I'm blind because my eyes don't work anymore. 10,000 of you. 10,000 of you. If all 10,000 of you had not gone to subscribe to Potentially Criminal, I'm going to be really pissed. Okay. Tara Rayner. This may be motivating TMZ, California Penal Code 631, 637, CAL, Civil Code 17088F. Ooh, let me see here, because I kind of want to snip this and see if I can give this to Emily just to see if she has input, because I know that she follows a lot of California law. Maybe she'll have some form of input on it. All right, snip. Amanda Lucero. If TMZ wins, can JD lawyers use that again? AH saying that TMZ blocked use for revealing AH is the source. Someone else translate that. I don't understand that one.
If TMZ wins and keeps this information out, can they tell the jury that TMZ blocked? I don't think that they can.
No.
Yeah, no, that would be a legal argument.
Yeah.
I can't see them using that.
Yeah. They could probably replay that clip of Amber, doing the thing again, and you put that on.
Yeah, that would be fair game.
Times. Yeah.
Yep. Caitlin Yokoyama, for your mega pints, gentlemen, thank you for all you do. Guys, I missed Sean by a solid 12 hours. He was in Fairfax, passing through, texted me, "What's a good steak restaurant?" And I was like, "How long are you here?" He says, "I leave tomorrow." I was like, "Oh, dude, come on, more notice." Yep. He didn't really have notice himself, so I'm not going to hold him to that, but I'm going to save this little $20 super chat. Next time that Sean's in town, we're getting a beer. Brentwood Chic, ask Runkle about his picture debunking video. Camille might talk about it next. Runkle, let us hear it.
So, well, Camille already mentioned this, and that's sort of one where that comes from, is that Camille suggests to Amber, this is the same picture. You just, edited the, she suggests that she edited the saturation. And Amber says, no, they're different pictures. So I went and actually overlapped them. And you can see they are the same picture, like down to little tiny wisps of hair. And one of the things that, I target shoot. And one of the things that target shooting really makes clear to you is that it is impossible to stay perfectly still. You have your blood pumping, you are breathing, your muscles are constantly adjusting your position, just little slight bits to sort of ease up the, so you're not always resting on one, joint or whatever else. You shift, and all of this stuff is kind of imperceptible, but it makes it really impossible to take the same picture twice. Even just the act of touching the camera to hit, take a picture again is going to affect it. And a camera is really, a slight motion of the camera hand is going to make a big deal in terms of what the picture looks like. So the long and short of it is there is, you can't accidentally end up with the same picture twice. That's just not going to be a thing. I don't see any conclusion out of that other than that this was in fact an edited picture. And if that's an edited picture, then that makes her testimony in court under oath false. That is a big deal. And I'm actually kind of surprised because one of the things we haven't seen on the list of rebuttal witnesses yet is something saying photo editing expert. Because I would want to, I'd want to really hammer that home. But I can't fault their trial strategy because they've been really nailing everything they do. So as much as I can say that's what I think I'd want to do, they're doing great work as it is, but it's clearly like I don't see a way around it, that it's an edited, that these are the same image, just one, is an edited version of the other.
Yep. And so Runkle, there is someone who tested the live imaging on their list. I don't know that he's made it on the rebuttal contemplated list, but he is on the list. And okay. I would also say that you might not actually need it, because if you can actually display those two images right on top of each other to the jury. Like it's not the hardest thing in the world.
And just, they can make the argument, oh, well, this, these were just two pictures taken one after the other. And that's not what's going on there. I don't see any way that could be what's happening.
Yep, definitely. So Matt himself says, funny legal mindset moment on, clipped from a super I sent, explains. I'm not going to say that word. I don't know what
I wouldn't read that.
Yep. Also, mindset gets to read it out of context before Valiant Renegade explains it. I offer you my shekels. I thank you very much. I will check that out separately when I'm not streaming on air to a bunch of million people. Anna P, Rob OT, but do you sell your woodworking projects? I work on commission based, and it's based on my time and availability. Right now, you can probably see it's midnight here. I don't have very much of that whole availability thing. I will get back to that at some point. We shall see. But thank you very much.
I bet availability is going to become harder to find.
It's not easy. I spent all night last night milling up 700 board feet of white oak for these railings and handrails that I need to make, and they finally went out. They went out last night, got picked up at 11 o'clock, and I'm so tired. I want to fall asleep every time I move.
I've got some leatherwork projects that have been sitting there just waiting and need to get done.
We're gonna play with this guy when you get here. It's the cry cut, the cricket, whatever it is. It actually cuts leather, so we'll have some fun with that.
I have one, but I haven't yet actually tried it out on leather, so that's something I gotta do, because there's a whole lot of projects that could make easier.
Yep, this one was donated, never used, so I'm gonna play with it. We're gonna have some fun. Whoopsie daisy, can TMZ even get copyright on someone's property without that person's consent? I'm not sure. That would be a boss attorney Bree question. Jamie Walton, not an attorney, but I find enjoyment in reading court cases. My discovery of LawTube is the best thing to come from this case. Found you through the Legal Bites channel, and I enjoy all of you. Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming along. It's so much fun. We love doing this, and you guys being here is awesome. Soldier Girl, DUI guy says he's confirmed that Kate Moss and Johnny will testify tomorrow. I don't think DUI guy knows anything more than we do. It's all speculation, media reports, but he will be there in court tomorrow. So follow his Twitter and find out what he's saying. Sandra Ramirez, Rob, you and Ian going to court. We are on Friday. I'm going to go closing arguments with him. He's going on Thursday as well by himself.
If they, I don't know. We'll have to see what they've got going on Thursday, but if there's anything going on Thursday, I want to be there.
Yep. Ian's going to be there. He's going to make the effort. Aries Dawn, really nice to see how much you genuinely support one another. Appreciate you guys. It really is pretty freaking awesome that these guys jump on these streams, even though it's late at night. It makes me feel so much more comfortable having them here to help me. Yep. So for that matter, go subscribe to all of their both of their channels, because they are helping me out so much. Long Reach Jones, uncivil law had a likely take where the judge would be throwing 15-20 minutes to heard to avoid the appearance of bias. Yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier. I think it's going to be more like 5 to 10, but yeah, it's going to happen. Dog Lover Forever, DUI guy says he heard JD and Moss be tomorrow. I just said that. Yep. Go check out his Twitter, see what comes out. Emily Green, conspiracy, still owns copyright. Doubt it. TMZ can't assert it on her behalf. Automata, would VA's anti-SLAPP have any potential impact here? Essentially attempt to restrain the speech of this producer. I don't think it has any impact on this motion. Do you guys have any input on that?
I don't know enough about their anti-SLAPP provisions to really comment intelligently, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work either. In this kind of
I don't think it would have any bearing on the motion itself, based on what we know. So I don't think it has any impact.
You never know.
Yep. Lisa White, it's wrong if they don't have to stick to time constraints, not the court's problem that they can't manage time, ridiculous time wasted. That's why the court would give this de minimis 5 minutes thing, because 5 minutes isn't time. 5 minutes is nothing.
Yeah.
You get to ask 2 questions and you don't do anything.
5 minutes is just, well, what's your complaint at the Court of Appeal? You got cross-examination time, and you could have had more if you didn't waste your time.
Yep.
It's just kind of appeal proofing a little bit.
Yep. Artemis Traced, a pro move, mute others, went away from mic, how to irritate subscribers. Let's crunch plastic and chomp chips while subscribers try to hear speakers as we slam doors. You know what?
My apologies if that was...
You know, I apologize. I'm new at this. Thank you for the advice. I will try to be better about it in the future. Hopefully you guys can tune in and see how much I improve. But for right now, there might be some wine pouring. Sorry, trying to get around this thing.
Wait, we're not doing this.
Yeah. Emily Green, today's version of John Oliver Colbert, take the applause. Okay. Loretta Jenkins, former EO Sharp representative in the Army, as well as a victim of DVSA and PTSD. Wow, I'm very sorry for that. This is an issue we have to address, as well as false reporting. I agree. Lies and false reporting needs to be addressed systematically, period. Mama Tutu Howries, I can't see JD bringing up hacking a phone because give merit to AH case. I can't see them wanting to bring TMZ if it's not to hurt AH. I agree. They are going to bring this up for no other purpose than to prove that AH was the one that sold it to TMZ. JR, Kate Moss with no cross. I'm going to make a shirt for Runkle that says that.
But I can't wear that into court. So.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Marie Serino, if Depp wins, he should donate all his money to charity. Show Amber the difference between pledge and donation. Enjoy watching y'all and learning. That has been speculated. I would love to see that happen. Alyssa Cambaliza, how long does jury have to deliberate? As long as they need before the judge starts pressuring them to come to a decision. Monica Angres, thank you very much for the very generous super chat. Emily actually made me a law nerd. She deserves to hit 1 million. We all agree 100%. Love you, Emily. Got me through long days at work. Yep. Cheers to Emily. She did fantastic. Today was one of the coolest days I've ever seen. When she hit 500,000, I walked out of court on a lunch recess, looked at my phone. My Twitter had exploded with all these things, Emily, blah, blah, blah. And I looked down and she had 506. So it was really cool to see. I loved being a part of it. It was awesome. Nikki Reel, return to the gallery with Runkle, hopefully on Friday. Law Patrol, don't try and co-op my channel name, Sean.
No, it looks like there's already a Law Patrol.
Oh, there it is. Oh, my bad. Let's leave it alone.
I know he was getting very upset at that.
Yep, get off his lawn.
Just remember, Nick, he gave everyone the platform for success. I remember every single one of these people because honestly, I would not have known about this platform if it were not for Nick. Emily's contributions on that channel were invaluable. So were Alita's. And then Alita opening the door to so many other people. Honestly, Lawtooth, you cannot pick one name above the other. Every single person in this community strives to make the other one succeed. It's one of the coolest things about it because it also opens the avenue for great discussion and debate that does not happen in mainstream media.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and I mean, Nick is sort of where I got a big boost. So I'm not and there have been people who want to make like LawTube drama. There isn't drama. We just all kind of get along.
Yep. And congrats, Emily, on 500,000. Yes, indeed. Antisocial. Check that you're subbed. You two unsub me today. Oh, yeah, guys, go check. Make sure you are subbed and still subbed to both of these guys. And Lawn Lumber, if you don't mind. Sandrine's Vox Services. Friday is Lily Rose's birthday, Rob. I bet anything you have French ancestry. Love you all. Merci. Thank you. I don't know that I do, but I would be curious to find out. Who knows? Barking Links. Would TMZ get in trouble if Amber did give the video? Nope. Josh Pishnak. Hi from Colorado. Love y'all streams. Couldn't it be an issue that the video is obtained illegally without both parties' consent? People have mentioned that. I don't know that it would be, though.
I don't think so. I mean,
that's not on them to verify that it was legally obtained.
Yeah. Unless the law there is weird. Normally that's a problem for the person who actually does the obtaining, not everyone down the line.
You mean for the person who does the selling?
Well, for the person who does the initial recording. Like if the recording is illegal,
itself.
That's a problem for them.
Who recorded the video and goes to sell it. Yeah. I think that's going to be them. I hate Mondays. Me freaking too. What happens if the motion is successful, but the witnesses still want to testify? After all, he's not working there anymore. If the motion is successful, then the witness can't testify. He has an NDA, and TMZ is enforcing that. Blobfish, Runkle, almost 100K for a new video after only 3 hours. Runkle, you threw a new video that's getting traction?
Apparently, I threw it up just before I sort of packed the last of my stuff and bombed out to the airport. So I haven't really been following, but that is really cool. Thanks for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah. I mean, let me see this real quick. Runkle of the Bailey. Let's see. Runkle of the Bailey. Buddy, that's 130,000 views in 4 hours.
Wow. I don't think that's ever happened with a video. So,
and that's front end observation, which means the back end analytics on that are probably 160, 170.
Wow. I still don't know what to say about all of that sort of thing.
Yeah, man, jump on it. Runkle is a good person to follow. Puts out good content. Sarah Simmons, thank you for everything and glad you're making it back. Ian, me too. I'm happy for this one. Entrepreneurship guy. I used to live in Roanoke as a kid and love woodworking. I now do research on new media entrepreneurship. Crazy that this trial has brought so much hype. Yes, and it brought a lot of people together too. Ryan Kallstrom, another theory. TMZ does own copyright, but wants to cover up the implications that they were complicit in and participated in Amber's hoax. I mean, if you get into the communication between TMZ and Amber Heard, could be interesting. Auto Anatomy. Hey guys, really appreciate you both. If you're ever in South Carolina, I'd love to buy you all a beer or a drink of your choice. I choose beer, and if I'm in South Carolina, Auto Anatomy, you got it, buddy. Lori Leanne. I watch too much true crime. LOL equals rabbit holes. Please do a video putting the makeup as a bruise on Runkle. Yeah, Runkle, I got a bruise kit in the mail today.
That is pretty cool.
Yep.
I still think I gotta shy away from that just because if I'm going to be in court, showing up with a bruise kit, Mark, would be I suspect the judge would have opinions, and those opinions would be like, "Go home, Runkle."
I mean, I got nieces; they would never know it's a bruise based on how they put makeup on.
Fair enough.
Maria Natera, thank you for the super chat. Whisper 79. He's actually an ex-TMZ producer. Yes, he is. Thank you for pointing that as well. Michelle Holtzapple. What were her lawyers doing at the end of the day? Were they trying to get the objections overturned? No. So at the end of the day, that was called proffers. What happens is, and someone else said this later. So A proffer is essentially when a judge rules against you on an evidentiary issue, you cannot appeal the decision based on that ruling unless you tell the court what would have come in if the court did not make that ruling. So at the end of the day, when he was reading through that binder of things, what he was doing was telling the court, and essentially the Court of Appeals, that, judge, had you not excluded this evidence, this is what would have been introduced, which would have changed the outcome of this case, which he's going to argue to the Court of Appeals, which means you should overturn and bring it back. It happens. It's standard in all these cases, and don't read into it too much. It's kind of just something you have to do for the record. KM, can you shout out to those in Ottawa without power? I bought extra data on my phone just to watch you. Ian, you want to do that?
What's that?
Shout out to people in Ottawa who don't have power?
Yeah, there's been a big giant power outage. So I guess if you don't have power, you're probably not watching this. But if you somehow are,
he or she is using his or her personal data on their phone.
Well, that is awesome. Thank you for watching in difficult times. I hope this is making things a little easier, and I hope they get your guys' power back up and running, because as much as the sort of usual Albertan line is, sort of, there's an old historical line that isn't very nice about Alberta's thoughts energy-wise for Ontario. I disagree. I just want everybody to be happy and healthy and comfortable, and so I hope that gets going fairly soon here.
Yep. David AN, thank you for the super chat. Viv, the 3 lawyer musketeers shall be reunited once again. Yes, they shall. Can we have ADHD lawyer stream with Ian and Emily and Rob? I'd love to hear how you got where you are. Thanks for making us NDs visible. Emma Nicholson. Yeah, if you caught that late night stream with me and Runkle, that was ADHD talking to ADHD and coordinating and trying to make sure we stayed on track.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is learning coping strategies. That's I don't take medication and probably should, but yeah, a lot of it is just coping strategies and being careful.
Emily Wilkins, could they leave Dr. Curry for last to make AH's team pass on all the rebuttal witnesses cross so they could have time for Dr. Curry? They have time for Dr. Curry. I'm not concerned about that, and you shouldn't be concerned about that. They've got the time for it. Let me do this because, oh my gosh. Let me actually hit this next one. I think if you do the Law Patrol, you would be safe. The trade dress is Paw Patrol with a design of the trademark words. Paw Patrol is strictly protecting fabric, curtains, and similar items. I'm going to be interested. I want to talk to Bree about that. That's going to be a funny question, though.
Yeah, but I know that apparently it's a real channel, so it actually is a real channel. So.
Oh, Law Patrol is?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be, we would get in trouble. So.
Yeah. Well, and even if it wasn't something to get in trouble over, that wouldn't be cool if somebody already was smart enough to snag that up.
Yep. Meg Swart, Runkle, you mentioned the AH and JD are not going to be present for the verdict. Why is that? Has that been decided?
They got permission to not be present for the verdict. And I mean, that's just permission. That doesn't mean that they will or won't. But I believe it was Depp's team that asked the question, which kind of suggests that he wouldn't be there. And quite frankly, I would be suggesting to both sides, whichever side I'd be on, I'd be suggesting client, just stay home. Let us get the verdict, and don't get that. Don't let the news get that reaction shot. That'd be my feeling on that.
Yep. Pam Bystrat, could the TMZ person have been called to testify about being tipped off to the TRO hearing and the video is just a red herring? I don't know the answer to that question, and I don't think any of us really do. We're going to have to wait and see what he has to testify to. I want to see that motion argument, though, because you're going to see 2 new lawyers in that courtroom. And it's going to be very interesting to see that argued.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. JC, big thanks and shout out to Mrs. Elf for sharing Runkle with us for closing. Can't wait to see how much of the gallery is LawTube on Friday in the endless streams after court. Let's out for the day. Let's see. It's going to be interesting if we can even get in. Teresa Kaufman, let Emily in. Let her weigh in on Sean's idea. Emily had the chat, guys. She was there the entire time. Oh, and we have a new guest.
Hi.
Fair and balanced.
What's going on, Mr. Law and Lumber?
Oh my gosh. You know what? Today I discovered something new.
What was it?
I discovered that there was an old super chat that you had given on Alita's stream that is the reason why this channel is named Law and Lumber. And I now get another person to deflect the blame onto for all of the thirst that is thrown into the chat. Lumber Daddy or Wood Daddy or whatever the hell they're calling me these days.
Wood Daddy. Well, let me tell you something. So for those that don't know me, I'm a news anchor here in DC. So Rob, like literally over the river from you. And and I've been a news anchor all over the country too, but now I'm kind of going more independent. However, I'm used to naming franchises or used to naming specials and whatnot. And when that came up, because I've been watching LawTube since the start of the trial. I've been covering it myself. It's actually what got me demonetized in the beginning. And when I saw them talking about different names for your channel, I'll give you guys a hint. What we do as journalists or as TV people is what I did is I took wood and I put it into the thesaurus and lumber popped up and I was like, oh, Law and Lumber. That works. And sure as shit, I do the super chat. And Rob, you can even see it on that video if you guys haven't seen it on my channel. Rob's sitting there and he's like, oh. And then you see him type and he's like, wait, Alita, put it down where you can see the names. And then sure as shit, Law and Lumber comes up.
Yep.
So I apologize. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry.
Runkle, great to meet you. Sean, good to see you again. I saw you this afternoon.
Yeah.
Great to meet you.
I saw you guys are talking about TMZ, which is kind of my forte.
Yeah. So Sean came up with a really interesting thought on this that I hadn't thought of. And the thought was, instead of TMZ just doing this to try and block the testimony from the journalist or from whomever, the producer, saying that this was provided to him by Amber Heard, Sean made the question of, what if TMZ never owned the copyright to begin with? And they were just claiming it.
Hang on really quick. So folks that don't know, us journalists, we read the chat. Oh, dear Lord, Farron is insufferable. Thirsty AF. Have to leave the stream. Love you and Runkle, though. First of all, folks. First of all, if you think I'm thirsty, fine, whatever. Here. I'll take the subs. I give a shit. No, but for real though, I've been onto LawTube for a long time, and when I had my primetime show, I actually shouted out all of you guys for what you guys do in the sense of, again, I've worked for ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox. I've worked for all of them, and I know how the sausage is made, and I see the way. Even I have friends at Court TV too, as well, and I know how things are covered. And one of the things why I have always loved LawTube, and I'm loving how you guys are on this as they would say, a meteoric rise, is because you guys are very unbiased, and you guys every single one of you came into this trial and looked at it objectively as you could and said, hey, this is not the way that this is going to work in the court of public opinion. Because everyone was pro Amber Heard at first. You saw it in the UK trial. So I'm very grateful that there's another point of view countering the mainstream media. And I'm super, super proud of you guys because, again, you don't see this going up against these mainstream platforms like Law and Crime and Court TV and stuff like that. My take on TMZ, I have friends that work there. Perfect example. How much do you guys think TMZ will pay out for a video when they want to buy one?
Depends on what type of video. A couple thousand.
Okay, let's say it's like Solange Knowles, the sister of Beyonce, kicking the crap out of Jay-Z in an elevator.
I can see them doing
26K.
200K for that.
Okay.
I'm going to
That
go
one
with like
sold
10.
for that one sold for 250K.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've seen that video though. It's pretty good.
Yeah, and I think that Jay-Z probably should have paid 300K to make sure that it never got anywhere else, as Nick Rekieta would say. But the thing is why I am pro journalist. For example, those might not agree with me in this chat. I'm pro Julian Assange. I'm pro journalist exposing a lot of stuff that the mainstream media is not going to be for. Okay. When it comes to this, while I like TMZ for exposing stuff, the way that they do their practices, I think the reason that they are trying so hard to block this is because it's going to show the shadiness and the way that they get their stories. If you guys remember, the article headline of this video was, and I quote, "Johnny Depp destroys his kitchen in the name of Amber Heard." Okay? That's taking a side. That's taking a side in the headline right away. TMZ wants this expunged, gone. We don't want anything to do with it because they will prove in the court of public opinion and in the legal sense too that they will do anything for a click, and they will choose a side at the time when this came out in the court of public opinion, and it's gonna anger a lot of people because right now TMZ has been very pro Johnny, seeing in the way that the court of public opinion has shifted, and I think they're scared. They're very very scared.
Yeah,
that's just my own 2 cents.
I think you're spot on there. I mean, yeah, this motion coming within fewer than 24 hours after the issue was raised is pretty significant. And the fact that it's coming not just after the issue was raised in court, but after it was raised by another public media outlet, like these are not filed this quickly. I don't care how much money you have for an attorney. They are not filed this quickly. They were waiting for this.
And I think the reason that they were waiting is they never thought that they would eventually be called, especially like in the rebuttal stage. They probably thought, oh, they'll probably win this hands down. But again, there's a lot of times where, and this is again why I follow LawTube, is because a lot of times people in the media don't understand how court works. A lot of us think we know, and we'll fake it till we make it, a la court TV, which I'll get to that in a second, because I was in the gallery and I saw how often they were there versus how often I've had to be in court and following cases. And I think this shows at the end of the day how little they understand what happens in an actual court case.
Well, yeah, I mean, Shanley Painter, I have nothing against her at all. She does her job. She covers. She's there. She reports. But I do have an issue when she starts saying that the jury essentially is ordered to find agency, as opposed to saying that there's an instruction that says that they can find agency. Like those are very different things.
Yeah.
And you're either
or how about she used the word, she used mens rea, and that's in criminal cases. Even I know that, and I was like, girl, what?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wrinkle.
I was like, I'm looking at this going, you know, if this is true, this is what this means, but this has a smell to it. Like, and I'm a Canadian lawyer. Like, I am from far off lands of ice and moose. And, you know, if I'm sitting there going, this has a smell to it, that's a bad thing. So, yeah.
And I'll even tell you guys too. So Monday, I've worked in local news and national and international news for about like 12 to 15 years. I know how the scheduling works. Court started at 9 on Monday. The first time that I saw Chanley come into the courtroom was about 11:05. Okay. She missed a good 2 hours of court. Okay. Normally in local news, when I've covered court, I mean, I'm there the whole day, and I'll step out like maybe 20 minutes before like a noon live shot or what have you. She was in from 11 to 11:30. Mind you, there were 2 expert witnesses that already started. There was Dr. Moore that testified about the hand, and then you had Dr. Spiegel that had already started his direct. So she missed the whole first half of his direct because then you had the break, and then he came back and he started doing his whole lip thing like he had spinach in his teeth or whatever the hell that was. She missed a lot of that.
Crazy.
She goes and does her noon live shot. And I sat there and I was sitting there with DUI guy and I was like, watch, she's going to come back for maybe like an hour. Then she's got to go do her 4 p.m. afternoon hit. Then she's got to do her 5 o'clock top of the hour, then her 6 o'clock top of the hour, and then her 7 o'clock top of the hour. She actually didn't even come back for the afternoon. Now, mind you, she might be watching it via live stream, which, okay, fine. But as a reporter, there's one thing of watching a trial via stream. And you guys can say this, Rob and Runkle, you guys can say this because you guys have been in the court. You guys have seen the jury. There's a difference between watching the court when you're in there versus watching it on stream and you can't see the jury. So what do? I'm like, okay, let's watch Monday night's broadcast and see what court TV says, knowing that she wasn't in the court the rest of the afternoon. What is everything? And I know how it works. Chanley Painter's been in the courtroom all day, and here's what she has to say. And it's this whole, well, the jury had oohs and ahs, and they looked very skeptical at the blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? I was in the courtroom, and the jury, there was only 2 people, juror 1 and 2, that had any facial expression. Juror 1, is Rob and Runkle know, has a mask on, but his eyes like lifted up. Juror 1, 2, 3, 7, and 9, very into the movie, talking about movies. Okay. They had facial expressions, juror 1 and 2. The rest of them, very stoic. But when you watch the court TV report, it's as if all the jurors were like, oh my God, scoffing and all this stuff. That's not what happened. And the only reason that I can say I know that happened was because I was in there. But if you're not in there and you're watching a court TV report, you're going to think that the jury is very, emotional and they're showing physical annoyances as to what the testimony is. And that is not true.
And I mean, did you see the analysis that I gave on the jury?
I watched all of it.
Watching it.
Mm-hmm. I watched you on Popcorn Planet. I mean, when you're a journalist, you got to watch it from all angles. And I've been watching you guys on pop culture channels. I've been watching you guys on your own channels. I've been watching all of your videos. And I had a good sense going into what you guys said. And pretty much what you guys said was spot on.
Yeah, because the thing is, you have to see it in person. And it's not just that you have to see it in person. To be honest, there's something about a non-lawyer seeing it, and then there's something about someone who's actually tried cases and they can read through what the jury might be seeing. Mm-hmm. And it drove me nuts seeing some of the commentary because it just didn't make sense. And then when I sat there in the courtroom, people were asking me, "What are you doing? How'd you get the notes?" Well, I didn't look at one of the witnesses. If you ever see the picture of that, my back is against that right wall.
Yep. Like, and I was one spot over from where you were.
Yeah.
And Joe was a seat behind where you were.
Yeah. Going nuts and just staring at the jury.
Well, there's that picture of Whitney that you can see. And, in that picture, what am I looking at? Oh, right. I'm leaned over looking at the jury because that's what, what I came to see. And
Whitney doesn't try the case. The jury does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and at the end of the day, most of those jurors are really playing it very careful in terms of their poker face.
Yeah.
So when I hear reports of jurors having visible reactions that are like profound or very pronounced, There's a couple of jurors who have had very pronounced reactions. You know, juror I does not hide what he's thinking. But you know, if
That's
you're talking
9, right?
about
Yeah.
Juror 9.
Oh,
Oh
dude,
God,
he
he gives
he's
the
my
best.
id gaff. He's my id
Yeah.
He
gaff
is
juror.
the best side eye. If you guys could have seen him yesterday when that entertainment expert was like, Aquaman was the most highly rated, most made movie, and he was like, "Bitch, what?" Like,
Yeah,
he was
he's my id
not
gaff. He's
buying
my
it.
id gaff juror. He doesn't give a
Yes.
fuck.
Yeah.
and
And you
like
guys will see too. Juror 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 7, and 9. Now, from this point forward, now that they're bringing up, or at least because now we're hearing that there's only going to be 2 more witnesses tomorrow. But anytime there's movies, oh, they're
Yeah.
awake, really awake.
Yeah,
Yep.
and juror 2 is the guy I've been calling my the boredom canary, because every
Love
time when things get boring, he just has no problem with just tuning out. And he'll
Mhm.
just like lean his head forward. Sometimes he does that thing where he leans his head forward onto the screen
Mhm.
and just like, he's not napping. I've seen juror I actually, you know, go to nap mode,
Mhm.
but he's very clearly like, I am done with this crap.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
find those emotive jurors are useful, but I sort of find it useful in reading a jury to look at several jurors, and so I want to see those, like the boredom canary, super useful because he tells me
Oh yeah,
when,
he's great.
you know, if the jury is bored, because if he's bored, everyone else is probably bored. They're probably just not showing it.
Juror
Mhm.
3. Juror 3 is killing me.
Juror
killing
3
me.
is
Yeah,
an
you
iron
can't name
wall.
him. Yeah, you can't figure it out.
He's been killing me forever. Like every person that's gone into the courtroom. I told Joe this yesterday. I told DUI guy. I told everyone that I could. And I said, if you can see juror 3, if you get anything from him, I want to know, because he is locked down. The only time I ever saw something from him was when Camille first started crossing Amber, and it was his shift in his chair and he sat more upright. And for that to be the only gesture that I saw out of him for the entire day,
Yeah.
it's insane.
Yeah, yeah. And for those in the chat asking, was Fair in the courtroom? Yes, I was there with Good Logic, and I was there with DUI guy and James from court, and then Charlene. Again, I look at the chat. She said last night Farron made a joke about a witness's wig. The lady looks like she's a cancer patient. I wouldn't know because I am one right now. No, it wasn't about a juror, and I didn't make a joke about it. It's the UTA talent agent. She is a cancer patient, and I said it looks like she's wearing a wig because she's a cancer patient. She's a cancer patient. I've looked these people up. I know all the witnesses and like kind of what's going on with the DL with them, because a lot of people were making fun of the UTA talent agent for looking like she's wearing a wig. She is, because she's a cancer patient. That's why.
Yeah.
So yeah, but the other thing though too that's interesting, the one that I worry about, and I explained this to Rakeda, because as a news anchor, especially during elections, okay, we have to, and I've worked around the country, and every single market that I've worked at, you always have a target audience or a target person that you're looking at, okay? For many audiences in any market, your number one watchers of news, no offense guys, are women. And we always kind of label them, we label them a name, and we kind of give them kind of a persona of what they are, because we can look up like what their gender is, their age, how many kids, what have you. In most of the markets that you look at in television, they're women aged 48 to 60. They've got about 2 to 3 kids. What is this? 4 or 8?
Jurors number 4 or 8.
Yes, very good. Yeah. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Most of them though usually are white over Hispanic or black though. But it's all kind of a mix, but they're mainly women. Again, 48 to 60. They got about 2 to 3 kids. One of them most likely in the military, usually a male. And the thing is if you guys, and I know this is from covering elections, and you're trying to figure out whether these people are going to go Democrat or Republican. A lot of them, it depends upon whether they have a kid in the military or not. A lot of them depends on what their husband does or not. For this case, the way that I see this is it depends upon whether they have more boys or girls in their family. Because if you look at a guy like Johnny, who's very charismatic when he's on the stand, and he's just a charismatic person in general, they can easily say, oh, that's just like my Timmy, that my Timmy could go through this same thing. Or if they have more daughters, it's, oh my God, my Taylor could go through this. She could be going through the same exact thing. Yep. And it's 4 and 8 that worry me because they smile at everything. Although Juror 4 wears a mask. Juror 4 is the African-American woman that wears a mask. Juror 8 is the Catholic school mom, as you guys have dubbed. For me because she's really good. She moves the eyes a lot. Like the eyes are all over the place, but the face says deadlock forward. She doesn't do a lot of shoulder, no other body movement. The eyes are going back and forth. Yeah.
There have been some points where she got bored and started sort of bouncing.
Yep.
And like that's a good sign, or at least not a good sign as in like a positive sign. It's a good indicator sign. You know, it's something that tells you that she's bored. It tells you that she's that she's not really tuning into a particular moment.
Right. So, right. And again, I'm not saying this is a politics push, as they're saying in the chat. This isn't politics. I'm just saying this is the way that news people judge what angle their audience is going to go to, because ultimately that's how local news operates, what advertisers they're going to get. And they ultimately are going to market. If there's more Democrats in the area, they're going to market to that. If there's more Republicans in the area, that's who we market to. That's how the sausage is made, folks. I'm just telling you. So again, Juror 4 and 8, I'm just looking at them from a demographic that I've had to market to, and they're very hard to read because if you remember in this last election, for example, everyone was about the white suburban mom, and you didn't know she was the big purple person, right? Mm-hmm. That's how I view Juror 4 and 8 in this. Is I don't know if they're going to sway Amber or Johnny because of their very, how do I say? They can literally go both sides, but it depends upon who's watching them.
They're reactive.
Yeah.
Yes.
They're reactive to the testimony. And I would say that about juror number 8 especially, and that's why I wanted people to keep an eye on her. Like everyone that went in there, I was envious of people that got to go in there today and yesterday, because I would have loved to be there. But everyone that I knew that went in there, I told them, keep your eyes locked on juror number 3, the guy with the mask that just doesn't give anything, and juror number 8. And the reports I was getting was that juror number 8 started to kind of crack. Like you started to see a little bit more of her as a person. And I was like, okay, well, you have to tell me what she's doing, because if she's going to crack it towards the benefit of both people. She's going to be more reactive to anything that's exciting to her.
Right. And I'll tell you, I'll tell you guys this when you guys get in there tomorrow. Okay. So when Dennison was crossing Dr. Spiegel, okay, the very onset, and it's funny because you had DUI guy, myself, Joe, and James. Joe was the only one that was very anti-Dennison the whole day. I thought he did pretty good up until the very last witness, Catherine Arnold. But when you had Dr. Spiegel, we all kind of thought the same thing about Juror 8, especially DUI guy and I. At first, Juror 8, when she saw that Dr. Spiegel was starting to get lippy with Dennison, she started to smile. And we were like, oh, shit, she likes Spiegel. Like, she likes him. She likes his little attitude.
She likes a fight.
She likes the fight.
Yes.
Yeah,
she likes drama.
Yep, she likes the drama.
Because then when Dr. Spiegel started getting scolded by the judge, she like, oh God, no, that's
she liked
good.
The judge too. You can almost feel like I can feel
it's
myself.
It's her friend probably. You
I can
know?
feel
The thing
myself in
is-
that room and then imagine her looking at Spiegel. And then when Spiegel does this, I can imagine her looking up at the judge and like smiling as the judge looks down at Spiegel. Like that's how her personality came across. She's going to find the interesting thing in the room.
I'm also gonna call. I call her for Johnny, and there's a few moments that sort of lead me to that. One of them is when Johnny's psychiatrist was testifying. She had a long moment of looking over towards Johnny with sympathy. She's had a few of those, and they're really brief, right? They're really they're not like, none of them have even been 30 seconds. But those moments of sympathy you'd expect for Amber. If you're believing Amber's story, that's where you'd expect those moments of sympathy to be aimed, and that's not where I'm seeing them aimed. So I think that's a real bad sign for Amber's team, because I don't think you can shoot that kind of look of sympathy unless you are already very much on Johnny's side on this. You have to be seeing him as a victim, and that that's a big deal.
I don't even think it was that too. I think it was also the fact that, honestly, in today's day and age, to say that you have a therapist, or as the boomers call a shrink, or whatever you have, back in the day it was a very hush hush thing, whereas now today it's like, oh yeah, I was talking to my therapist last week and he was like, why are you doing this? And it's a normal thing. And I think the fact that it's a little bit more commonplace, but B, to see a psychiatrist on the stand, I know just from like my own little Twitter poll that I did with folks, was very off-putting to many people. And many people were very, very like, I'm never talking to my therapist again. I'm never doing this because of blah, 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 blah. And it's like, honestly, I think that Johnny Depp at this point signed off on it, knowing that, hey, at this point, I don't even care. I just want to clear my name, because he has a lot of, or at least he did have FU money,
I also suspect it was kind of a tactical decision to prevent them from being able to force him to sit down with a psychiatrist chosen by the Heard team.
Right.
And so, they can say, listen, you don't need that. You've got his psychiatrist. If that was the tactical play, it was absolutely the correct play.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
As a domestic relations litigator, watching what Dr. Spiegel did, I could have punched him through the screen. I was so mad.
Yeah.
That someone would put their license on the line and make that type of statement. And when it made me mad that I was not the attorney that got to cross-examine him. It made me actually mad that I couldn't rip him to pieces right there, because what he did was so out of bounds for that profession. It was a massive discredit and disservice to that profession. He said, I'm going to take my license and I'm going to testify so beyond the scope of what my license allows me to say. And I'm going to make you guys believe me because I am a doctor and I have these credentials. And I'm going to say all of these things with this absolute certainty. And you're going to buy my credentials and the BS that's coming out of my mouth. And man, that killed me. So when I saw the witness today get up there, I forget his name, the other doctor, the anti version of Spiegel.
Dr. Colbert.
Amazing. Loved it.
I'm sorry. No, Dr.
Colbert.
Richard Shaw.
Yes, Shaw.
Dr. Ziggy Stardust, as I call him. David Bowie.
Yep, the slaughterhouse that he let loose in saying that was not ethical, that felt like a little bit of justification in that moment. I mean, I hope that Dr. Spiegel does not practice again, period, based on his statement.
Nothing's going to happen to him.
I mean,
it should, because he admitted in cross that that what he did was unethical. I'm like,
Sure.
that should be a big deal. I agree that nothing will likely happen to him, but it should. You know, in a perfect world, there'd be all sorts of consequences coming his way right now.
Yeah, his performance at trial is going to take care of a lot of issues for him. I mean, think about it. If you're ever going to hire this guy, you're going to see, oh, he was in the Johnny Depp trial, and you see him do that, whatever that thing was, where he's grabbing his chin and the tongue clicking for. I mean, I listened to him. I was driving, and it
Horrible.
made me want to. It made me want to drive into oncoming traffic listening to him and his mannerisms.
I mean,
that's how bad he was.
I suspect that is some sort of physical issue, whether that's something like Tourette's, whether that's dyskinesia, whether
that's an obnoxious guy.
No, that is a pompous. So what's really funny about his testimony is if you actually reverse analyze his testimony based on what he testifies to is the narcissistic personality traits. Watch him testify. See how many exhibits during his testimony.
And let me tell you guys, when you date a surgeon, you guys reap a lot of those narcissistic personalities. You see it coming out of a lot of surgeons today. But I'll give you guys another example too, just because I know from my own father, who he is a neurosurgeon and a lawyer. So he sees both sides. He's now retired from surgery, but he does a lot of expert witnessing. And he also helps kind of consult doctors when they are called to be expert witnesses. And the first thing he says, because he knows both sides, he says, look, attorneys have an advocate complex. Doctors have a God complex. And you need to remove the God complex from your brain and remove your ego when you're on the stand and realize that you need to bring yourself down. Not that they're like better than people, but you need to bring yourself down to the jury level the way that, for example, I do when I write in my newscast. I have to write to an 8th grade reading level. Why? That's the average American reading level. So I have to write simple, distinct, precise. He would tell these doctors, you cannot sit there and be like, well, I have an MBA from Harvard and I did this and this and this, because the jury's going to immediately look at you and be like, you're a pompous prick. Get out of here. Dr. Curry, amazing expert witness. She brought herself down to the jury level. She spoke to them as if they were her friend. She simplified things. You saw her where she's like, well, okay, well, normally when I talk to a client or I talk to a patient, and she made you feel like you were part of the process with her, which is what doctors on the stand are supposed to do. Dr. Spiegel clearly did not get rid of the God complex. If anything, amplified it more to where you saw the advocate versus the God complex. And it makes great TV, but it doesn't make great for a jury. It doesn't make great for your team when you're trying to, be in a trial for your client. It doesn't work. And that's what his big problem was.
I want to be clear. I think the guy wasn't egotistical, arrogant jackass. I just think that the mouth thing was not related to him being egotistical and arrogant, and that his egotistical and arrogant is itself a separate problem. And that I got no problem with people dunking on. That makes sense to me. And it's also fair to say that might have been real off-putting to the jury, right? Because juries will make decisions based on all sorts of...
In the gallery, we felt very off.
You
didn't know what he was doing.
I will say, you might be right, but this is kind of where not acting like a complete douchebag, personality-wise, nobody would have even noticed any of that. But when you were so grating and abrasive as a person and, come across as kind of like the hackiest of hacks, that all looks like a package. And, that's where, if he'd come off like Dr. Curry was doing all that, wouldn't even cross my mind that, oh my God, this is driving me insane to listen to.
Yeah, he was really a terrible witness in so many ways.
But I want to ask you guys, when you see a witness like that, where he's sitting there and he's like, "Oh, I don't know. How do you want me to answer the question? I mean, do you want me to answer the question like this?" Where he was almost agitating Dennison or trying to get under his skin. To me, outside looking in, if the attorney's not keeping control of the guy on the stand,
Oh, if that's
Uh-oh, Runkle. They cut his stream.
Yes.
But I don't know, Rob,
Trudeau
what do you
got
think?
to him.
Yeah, exactly. Or Sean, what do you think as far as because if you're in criminal defense, I mean, you probably have a doctor here and there, right?
Well, yeah, and and I've said this before in other channels, but I'll say it here because I don't think it's been said before. A trial is sales at the end of the day. I'm trying to get you to buy my narrative, and Rob, when you're doing it, you're trying to get people to buy your narrative. I mean,
Yep.
it's literally selling stuff. It's no some people sell cars, some people sell houses. I'm selling a story, or I'm selling what's wrong in a story, or at the end of the day. So you have to look the part. You've got to look presentable. You've got to have some good ideas. Yeah, I can sell you a car that looks like it's covered in rust. It might be the best car in the world and 100% reliable, but if it looks like garbage, you don't want it. Same thing for your witnesses. Credibility. We make assumptions, we stereotype, we discriminate, but that's how we get through our day. You make those assumptions because 97% of the time you're true. And you see this guy acting a certain way, doing certain things, you're going to make assumptions that are usually right, and that you're writing people off as you go through your day walking down the street. So it matters. It truly matters. And yes, for a doctor to be this way, I can't believe this is the fact they found him tells me they weren't able to find a whole lot of other people.
Mm-hmm.
I think at the
I
end of the
kind of
day.
get that feeling from some of their experts. Like, this was who was willing to show up and take a paycheck.
I don't know if that answers what question you were trying to ask, Farron, but that's kind of what I think.
Oh, no. I mean, I was just wondering, just because, again, I'm just telling you guys what I see in the gallery, in the media, even the way the media is covering it.
Yeah.
It's entertaining for me just because, again, I know how the sausage is made and I see what they're trying to do and how they're trying to spin it. Like, for example, the one article over the weekend was, that this trial is showing that victims now will never be able to speak out. And it's like, wait, what? Like, wait, what? But yeah, it's in some ways comical, to say the least.
Sorry, guys, I'm distracted. I'm trying to help my mods. The chat, you guys are getting a little rude. Can we chill it out in the chat for a little bit?
Which is why someone was like, "Fair, this isn't your stream." I was like, "I'm trying to help Rob out because I can see he's distracted."
I don't have that many mods, guys. I don't have that many mods. There are 11,000 of you in the chat.
Oh.
You guys either need to behave if you want me to ever get to these super chats.
We'll turn this car around, Dad.
I will turn this car around.
If they're trolling
and
me,
drive it off
scared.
a cliff.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Rob, if I could answer a question somebody brought up a bunch of times, and okay, look, nothing's going to happen to Amber. She's not going to get in trouble for perjury or lying or fraud in America. We don't generally do that for people in civil cases. The last time we did that was about 25 years ago-ish, 28 years ago-ish. Happened just up the road in a quaint fishing village called Washington, D.C. You guys may have heard of that place. There's this guy named Bill. He got in trouble for perjury in a civil case. That created a massive crap storm.
I don't think I've ever heard of this case.
Yeah. He was a simple guy from Arkansas. Just got caught up in some things. I'm talking about Bill. I know I'm talking about Runkle, but Bill Clinton is an example of that. Like, and look what that did. We generally
which part? What specifically are you referring to in Bill Clinton?
Well,
there's a lot to unpack there.
The perjury charge. That's what led to his impeachment.
Okay.
because he lied in a affidavit. So, like I said, that leads to doesn't lead to a lot of good things. Now in England, they're looking into it because at the end of the day, Amber doing this whole trial has caused great embarrassment to the British government, and they don't like that.
Well, and the other
yes.
thing is that I've talked to some UK lawyers,
Mhm.
and what I've heard is that in Canada, they're really reluctant to bring perjury charges. And I understand that that's the same in the States. I'm told that in the UK, they don't mess around with that. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
we think we've got a scintilla of a case. It's coming your way. And they get convictions on them.
And I have a question for you. I have a question for you about this, Runkle, because I know Canada is not part of like technically the Commonwealth or Dominion or whatever you guys call it. If she gets, the British could also just say, sorry, you screwed around, so you're no longer welcome in our country, which I think is a far more devastating charge and punishment than she could ever face. Because if she's kicked out of Britain, then, she'll never be an actress again because how much production is done in Britain.
I wouldn't kick her out of Britain.
Oh, I would.
I'd just issue an arrest warrant.
Well, but then she never goes. I mean, you won't get an extradition out of America for that.
You won't get an extradition out of America for that.
Yeah.
But there's a ton of other countries that will extradite on a perjury charge. And so at that point, anytime she wants to take a vacation, she needs to talk to a lawyer who is very well versed in extradition law, because it could very well be she arrives in some place, Jamaica. I don't know what Jamaica's.
But Jamaica's also part of the it's part of the British sphere still. So I could definitely see them being involved.
Sean. Did you not see the last time when the monarchy was there, they put their backs to them and booed them? They want out. But this is a separate issue.
But they might still go ahead and extradite. Which countries in Africa would be willing to extradite over that, and which ones wouldn't? And the other question is, let's say you're taking a plane trip and you're going to, I don't know, Japan. And, you have to think about where are all the places that this plane could touch down if there's a technical issue. Like if the engine 2 starts spitting fire, are they going to land you somewhere? If she ends up with a warrant for perjury charges in the UK, the smart play on her end is never to leave, the US again.
So you think they would actually charge her instead of just tell her don't come back?
I think they would. I think they'd be saying you definitely need to come back and face some charges.
I know the Australians are very. I mean, her breaking their agricultural laws, that is a big, big no-no for them.
Hang on a second.
And they might go after her too.
Runkle, is that the reason that you cut us off? Is that you went to go get a beer? Because I see you have a different drink now.
Oh, I got the beer. When you saw me throw on the mask, I muted and went and got the beer.
Okay. Because you left us for a little bit. We were like, okay, well, we don't know where he went. And then I see you come back with the beer.
StreamYard crashed, but I would totally do that. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
StreamYard crashed, and I ended up with a beer while it was down.
I got the beer beforehand. I had the beer already.
Hey, well, you know what? Cheers to you then. Cheers to you.
Cheers indeed, big boy.
I've got
Rob, stop trying to freak out over the chat. Just enjoy it.
I'm not.
There's trolls. There's trolls. They're gonna be there.
One of the people who watches my channel, when he heard that I was flying out, was like, "Hey, let me get you a lounge pass." And so I was like, "Yes, absolutely," because they've got an open bar here. So flying is a lot more pleasant when you can get a few drinks in you before you get on the plane.
Flying is amazing when you've got a couple in you. That's for sure.
So
all right. Yeah, so I want to ask the lawyers because Rob is indisposed right now.
No, Rob just temporarily modded a bunch of people, so hopefully this clears the chat from some of the crap that's going on. You guys
let your mods run heavy-handed for a minute.
Rob, I can take the trolls. It's fine. I get it.
Let it rip.
I want to
God,
ask
you
the
guys.
lawyers now.
All right, I'm back.
For those that are like, Farron's taking over the chat. I'm like, well,
No,
Rob's
I'm back. I
indisposed.
mean, if the chat behaved, I'd be here more often.
And folks, I'm a TV person, so when I sense there's going to be dead air, I'm going to jump in. Like that's just
and I'm
the way
a
that
lawyer,
it goes.
and my ADHD is like when Farron's talking, that gives me time to actually do other work at the same time. So I'm doing work while she's talking. I'm like, I don't need. Yeah, exactly. So
who cares what she has to say? I can do other shit. And like that, Layla's like, oh, you don't have to do that. No, that's what. Trust me. That's what we do.
I needed Farron to be talking so I could like figure out how to prevent the chat from being assholes.
Why do you think Joe has me on his stream? Which you guys have to come to Joe's stream. Sean, you're already on it, but Runkle and Law and Lumber, you guys have to come on Joe's stream during the day too.
I mean, I've been on it a couple of times. I don't know how. Where does he get his mods? Because they must have like an iron.
We don't
hammer.
have mods because our chat in Joe's stream is like civil, yo. But they also know. Here's the other thing though too, is that our chat knows on Joe's channel, just because of my background, where I can literally, and it's also probably ladies, shout out to all of us, we can multitask. I can read a chat, listen to what Runkle is saying, watch how Rob is like off in the distance, and calculate how much time Sean has had to like, talk about stuff. I can do all of that and realize like, okay, like this is what's next, this is what has to go. So Joe loves it. He just has to literally just talk. He loves it. But no, so here's my biggest question. They're talking about how tomorrow is going to be the last day for the Depp team, and I keep going back and forth. Do you call Johnny back one more time?
No.
Nope, I leave
No
him.
way.
No,
I don't. I think that he's made his point very well beforehand. He, what's the advantage of putting him up again?
Yeah, you get nothing. There's de minimis benefit and ultimate cost. Like there's nothing you gain that you don't already have.
Yes, there's no unanswered question he has to come up there to answer.
Now is not the time for the Depp team to start with the own goals. The Herd team has been really rocking that. Let them own the own goal thing as their thing.
And see, what's interesting is when I was on with Rekieta before, and it was Robert Barnes, Rekieta, and me, and I asked them. Barnes said no, said the same thing that you guys did. Rekieta said this, immediately was like, yes. And I was like, whoa, take a breath. He has a good point, though. Rekieta said, look, you have all this time, and you look at Johnny Depp, who Pirates of the Caribbean, What's Eating Gilbert Grape, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, all of these different movies that he has done. Not saying that he's disingenuous, but he captured the hearts of the jury, and you could sense it even through the filter of television when you watch it. Why not bring him up there the last 5 minutes that you have, when no one can rebuttal on Amber's team, and say, hey, what did you lose because of all of this? And he just says, everything. I've lost everything. Especially, hang on, Rob, hang on. I hear you. I see you. 1 second. Especially on Friday, when it's Lily Rose's birthday. Okay. I love you guys. I'm a performer. You guys are trial performers. That to me is trial theater, ending on the very key witness in all of this and leaving it the final note on that jury. She lied and my career died. Am I too dramatic?
That's
you're
a line for closing.
Yeah.
I mean, you're thinking there's a Perry Mason moment there. Like the thing is, you're thinking there's a Perry Mason moment there, but the problem is that for every thought that you have as far as a Perry
I want
Mason
a few good men moment, Rob.
Well, no, but for every thought that there is there for a Perry Mason moment, there's a way that can backfire in the ultimate or penultimate way. I mean, it could go really bad really quick. Like there could be one word that would be misstated and one thing you wouldn't predict. Like Rottenborn gets up there and said, you know, you lost everything. And you basically said, and you caused that yourself, right? When you were the wife beater to Amber Heard. Like for every ultimate statement that could be made, there could be one more that could kill it. Like Johnny Depp did all the work he had to do. Stay down.
And they can put those lines, they can put in their closing, right? They've already got that out there. So why not put it, coming from, from Chu or from Vasquez? Like they're going to say it just fine. So I don't think you need to have him up there to say that again. He's already said it. Like he's already talked about what he's lost. So I don't see a reason to create that risk.
Who do you guys now can the lawyers switch up, or it doesn't have to be Ben Chu, right?
No, but it will be. It'll be Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez.
Yeah.
They both can do a closing?
Yep. And they will.
Yep.
And I expect fire and brimstone and amazingness.
They've been so amazing.
Like exactly. Like Camille Vasquez as is depicted in my avatar right there. The goddess of thunder.
And that said, though, remember at the beginning of this, we were watching Camille when she was doing her opening, and she had the paper in her hand, and she was reading off of it. A lot of us were like,
"Oh, she got over her nervousness."
Well, yeah, I know that, but I remember us looking at that, saying like, "Come on, girlfriend, that's not a good look." But then we found out, like, okay, yeah, she's apparently not afraid to sneak in and cut someone's throat open. So, and maybe just openings aren't her style, but it's. I just, I think I'm willing to point that out because I'm willing to admit that, yeah, I looked at her and I thought, well, I wonder how she's going to do. And I was happily wrong.
Canada televises almost none of our court proceedings. The one exception to that is the Supreme Court. And I was lucky enough to go to the Supreme Court and I won, which, is a big deal. But
this is in Ottawa,
the same
correct?
time, yep. At the same time, if we were to do a video stream watching my Supreme Court appearance, I will tell you that I started out nervous as hell. And, I got over it. But starting out nervous as hell is really what you expect for this is the biggest moment of your life thus far. It is what, So Camille, she had nervousness when she started off her cross of Amber, but she got over it in 2 minutes. And after that, it was that was brutal.
Yep.
That was, that was like watching a knife fight where Amber Heard showed up with a spoon. It was.
Mm-hmm.
So
she did a fantastic job.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I will say, just meeting her on Monday and shaking hands with her, I mean, when you think back at a trial this big, I was just a little kid. I was born in '86. And I remember vaguely seeing the O.J. Simpson trial. I remember coming home from school and seeing the Ford Bronco chase. You didn't see. I don't remember a lot of what happened. So watching the people versus O.J. Simpson was a life-changing moment as an adult, because I'm like, this all happened, and I was like in first grade. Like, what was going on? The jury was sequestered for a year. Where does that happen? But so going back and watching it, though, you don't see lawyers get famous like this. And even Joe from Good Logic commented on this yesterday, saying, you didn't see lawyers this famous last time. And I said, last time I heard about a lawyer this famous was Rob Kardashian and Johnny Cochran, and seeing her where she has flown this meteoric rise to stardom as Johnny Depp's lawyer, and she is still so humble. Folks, I can't even tell you. I've interviewed a lot of celebrities in my days, and this girl, either it hasn't hit her, or she's blocking it out, or she doesn't care.
No, she's blocked it out. That's the thing. And you saw this when, and I did a kind of analysis of this when I talked with behavioral arts Spidey. When she gets up, there's a lot of quiver to that voice, and she has her hands on the podium, and there's a shakiness, but then she settles in, finds the anchor, and then she starts projecting, and she builds from that point. The thing that pissed me off so much about the mainstream media take on this one is they kind of took every person that was a Johnny Depp supporter, and you don't have to be a Johnny Depp. I'm not a Johnny Depp fan, but I'm looking at I'm looking at the case, and I'm saying Johnny Depp's legal team is doing a better job, and they're doing the right job, right?
Yeah.
But to look at everyone who is saying that they're doing a good job and call them misogynists is the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard, because you have a moment when mainstream media could pivot and they could find another protagonist. They had him right there, and they had Amber Heard on the stand, and they had Camille Vasquez at the podium. And American mainstream media had the moment to look at Camille Vasquez and say, I want every single young daughter, every young girl in America to look up to Camille Vasquez, and that's who you want to be. And when I looked at her at that podium, advocating as strongly as she was and being a complete bad ass effing bitch, I mean, she came straight at it.
Mm-hmm.
We had some.
That's who I want. Any daughter, any niece. That's who I want my nieces to be.
In a world of Kardashians, be a Camille. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, be a Camille.
We had something similar here in Canada with the Gian Gomeshi trial. And what had happened there is that a Canada famous, which, you know, is kind of a big asterisk on the second word, sort of figure who was, he was accused of some pretty serious sexual assaults from a variety, from several women. And so it ended up going to this trial, and there were several accusers all at the same trial. And the lawyer who was representing him managed to show that not only had they colluded with each other, but that they'd also told several falsehoods in court. And it was some really badass lawyering. And the lawyer who was representing him was a woman by the name of Marie Heinen. And there were so many media articles basically talking about her as, you know, a traitor to women, and as, you know, like, and she'd go on interviews, and people would say, like, how do you feel as a woman running these things? And she's like, well, because I'm a really good lawyer, and that's what we do. Like, and I mean, it's so insulting to, like, as a guy, I have never had, you know, nobody ever asks me, like, as a guy, how did you feel about defending this client? It's just, you know, I do criminal defense. That's what I do. You know, I'm not here, you know, I didn't show up in court to wipe the tables. I showed up to run the trial. So, you know, but the female lawyers get this crap all the time. How do you represent this person? Well, because they're really good at their job, and, you know, it's such a, you know, they've got these very difficult cases and they're nailing it. So I would love to hear that kind of, you know, dialogue drop out of the media narrative, because, yeah, it's such bullshit.
You're not going to, though. I mean, I'll tell you right now.
You're not going to. No, absolutely, you're not.
They're committed. They're committed. They're committed at this
point. Because
point.
they were complicit in Me Too.
Yeah,
they were complicit.
It's the most depressing.
I mean, do you guys not remember Matt Lauer? I had to meet the guy when he was going to interview at the network that I used to work for, and all of us were like, as women, we were like, "Is our boss serious bringing him in for an interview? Like, is this for real?" And this was after everything at NBC Today, you know. But not even that. The other thing that I really think of too, and Runkle, you brought up a great point, because I never even looked at it this way. So I'm one of 6 kids, and I have 3 brothers and 2 sisters, and I'm right in the middle. And when I was a news anchor in South Bend, Indiana, my brother at the time and sister were both at in South Bend, Notre Dame too. My brother was in law school. And when all of this Me Too stuff came out at the start of 2016, you also had a lot of the college rape scandals coming out at the same time.
Oh yeah.
Not that college rape is not happening, but CNN and their documentary, The Hunting Ground, really skewed the numbers to make it seem like rape was happening to like every single woman on campus, which was
I
not
could
the
go on
case.
rants about some of the studies and so forth and how
Yeah.
they're, you know, have you ever had an encounter you regretted? Well, yes, I have, but I don't consider any of them to be, you know, assaultive. It's just, yeah, you know, you wake up and you're like, yeah, that wouldn't have happened if I hadn't had, you know, 3 drinks and, you know,
Yeah.
all of them were doubles. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, it's not like I wasn't in a position where I was consenting. You know, I'm not saying anything like that about any of those people. It's
Right.
just, you know,
it is what it is, you know? Well, so all of these cases started coming up, right? And I have a brother who went undergrad in Notre Dame and then was in his like second year of law school. And here I'm like the big news anchor of the area as well for Fox.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, a lot of times the way journalists get our stories is you're out in the community and you're talking to people. And my brother lived down the hall in the same apartment complex as me with my sister who was going to Notre Dame NBA school. So it was like home relocated in South Bend. And I was talking about this and my brother was like, yo, me and my friends, like, we don't even go out anymore. And I was like, well, why? And he's like, if we have a weird encounter or something happens, we're all in law school and God forbid some girl doesn't like what we said.
Yeah.
We can't risk having our law degree or whatever. And I was like, this is awful. Like, are you serious? You know, so I go to my newsroom that Monday, because this is over the weekend. I go to my newsroom that Monday and I was like, hey, all this, because mind you, we had an investigative journalist at the time going through a case of a girl getting assaulted by a Notre Dame football player. And I was like, hey, I think we need to do a story on the men on campus that aren't football players, that aren't hockey players, you know, what Notre Dame's known for. And I was like, why don't we do a story of your average guy on campus and how they feel, how they're against what's happened to women when this has happened, and talk about how they're scared. No, we're not doing that. But this is the community. No, we're not doing that.
That's the thing that you're running into right now.
Yes.
The heels have dug in. The heels have dug in, and they're not moving.
No.
It's not going to happen. And
what's
the best thing that can happen is kind of what's happened with the big, I'm not going to say law tube. I'm going to say independent coverage of this trial.
Yes.
You have it's not credit to LawTube. It's independent coverage of the trial. You have people who are seeing real-time data, and that data is being processed by people that aren't affiliated with a certain network or a certain narrative. And you now have a different analysis being given to you, and now you can process that information from a different source, and you can make your mind up. This case is just, this is unique. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it, and I don't know that we ever will again. It's too unique.
You know, there's a big thing that you see in journalism, and this is kind of where it all started. Was Walter Cronkite, and again, when you're in J school, the way that I had to go through as a journalist, and you learn the history of journalism. Walter Cronkite said that the death of the media, the death of journalism, was going to be advertising. And the minute that advertising came into the mix, you had, you know, people fighting over what time slots, what was going to go where, which then turned into, you folks will hear, if it leads, it bleeds. And then came into the whole removal of the FCC, or not the FCC, the fairness doctrine, where it used to be if you gave time to one candidate, you gave the same time to the other candidate. That ended, which brought the rise of like right-wing media, which I'm not saying it's not needed. I think you need both sides of a media, but also you look at the way that our country is today and you're kind of like, ooh, that 50 years later, we're kind of in a shitty spot. But we also want to hear, though, you know, the other side of stuff, because ultimately, no matter what media you look at or what media you look at, it's ultimately going to have a bias. I'm aware of it, which is why I'm glad that there's independent media to add into the mainstream media to kick them off course and say, yo, like, for example, perfect example. Court TV is now talking about streaming the trials all day. Did you guys hear this?
No.
Yeah.
Trials all day, as in.
Yeah, I got a little insight from a friend that's over there, and they're like, "Hey, I just want to let you know I've seen you on LawTube a lot, and they're watching you." Which honestly, everyone's like, "Oh my god, fans for the clout." No, there's kind of a reason that I'm trying to get on everybody's channels is to show that, hey, because I have a lot of friends in the journalism field, and I'm trying to bring traction to LawTube. Court TV, I mean, you guys are already getting traction itself, but I'm like that bridge to the mainstream of where I once was, you know, the path of which I once came. And Court TV now is talking about having their own stream on YouTube where it's going to be Chanley streaming and giving her input throughout the day of what's going on. And I thought that was really interesting because when we were there Monday, she was giving her card out to all the LawTubers.
Bring it.
And saying, hey, let's keep in touch. Let's keep in touch.
I mean, I don't want to make a bad statement right now, but
it's off the record, except for 10,000 people.
Except for 10,000 or 11,000 people. Like, you know,
and then the three times
and folks,
that
I'm not flexing my clout, trying to like look like I'm amazing. I'm telling you what I'm hearing.
If she had a legal analytical mind and could actually process and digest and then translate what's happening in court on a practical level and do so accurately without misrepresenting some significant details.
Well, if you're in court the whole day, you would understand, but that's a different point.
I mean, that drives me crazy. So giving her a bigger platform, it's no dispute. Like she was the girl in the green dress. Everyone knew her as the girl in the green dress from the beginning of this trial all the way until right now. She was the
I'll tell you this. The only people that knew her as the girl in the green dress was LawTubers.
LawTube.
And I will tell you this. You guys messed up by calling her the girl in the green dress.
Because we pointed attention to her.
Exactly.
I know. I know that.
The thing is...
No, I knew that from the second we did it.
That's what I'm going to say. Spank, spank. You guys did wrong.
I mean, you knew it when you did it. And it wasn't me that did it. It's honestly the...
No, I'm just saying in general, yeah.
The chat. You guys are insane. But, I mean, good for you for going after... You know, you do you, chat. But we don't really need to promote that because that just gives that audience, that gives the networks the incentive to put talking heads up in places where they shouldn't be. People who are unqualified talking about topics they shouldn't be talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, here's the thing. I am a Canadian lawyer talking about this stuff. I will fully yield on several points.
You're like, I have no foot in the door with this.
Well, on several points, I'll be like, listen, I don't know this is not my jurisdiction. I don't know the law here. What I know is juries. What I know is cross-examination. What I know is, these things that apply to everything, right? Mm-hmm. A good cross is a good cross everywhere on the planet because, it's what's effective to people. So that's what I sort of focus my commentary on, right? What is evidence tampering? That's sort of my most recent video. But what the problem with what we see with sort of the mainstream media and this commentary is that it's really not intended to inform. It's intended to sell advertising, and so it's often intended to just make you upset.
It's intended to inflame.
Do you know the greatest quote of Roger Ailes was, people don't know how to think, so think for them?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm often trying to make people less upset. Like, listen, this is upsetting, but I really want you guys to understand what's happening here, and that this is not a big deal, and not, you know, not something to be upset about. I've done several videos where I'm like, everyone on the internet is real annoyed about this, and as a lawyer, meh. That's not always the most successful video either. I mean, I try to avoid. I will admit, I am surprised by my success. I've got 150,000 people following, and I'm just like, I don't know how that happened, because a lot of the time I'm just like, I put out videos that I'm like, I know this is going to bomb, because really what I'm trying to do is say, everybody chill out. And, if I was sort of dependent on selling advertising necessarily on every video, I couldn't do that.
Well, and that's one of the
I have
things
the luxury of being able to go, I give no fucks sometimes.
And that's one of the things that I've kind of learned that sucks about this. Like, it takes time to put out content, and media and news media is one of those things where time is not your friend. And if I want to be accurate in my reporting, like today, right? I pulled up the TMZ motion, but before I pulled up that motion, I looked at all the cases they cited, and I read through those cases, and I read through the case law, and I wanted to make sure that what I was telling to the chat was accurate. And that took a great deal of time, but I guarantee you there were 19,000 people that were before me going live and saying what they thought about the motion, but they haven't read the case law. There's no way, because you could not physically read the case law that fast.
So Rob, you're really hitting a nerve with me, because that's when I realized that local news was dying. Because it's very much nowadays like the Ricky Bobby version of, or the Ricky Bobby mentality of, if you ain't first, you're last. Yeah. It used to be, you'd rather be accurate than first.
Yeah.
That was the whole premise of journalism. And folks, I mean, I don't want to make this like a whole journalism takeover, but I will say this. Journalism and the law is very much interconnected. We are very connected, because while you guys are in the courtroom, we're outside the courtroom, but I remember covering trials, and there were times where Shanley I used to have a seat reserved for me too. And again, this isn't clout chat. I'm telling you how it is for the media. This is how it goes, is that lawyers and journalists have a speed pass for the ways that legislation and the ways that your lives can change. And, lawyers are inside writing the laws. I was on the outside with the other journalist, covering how they were going to be built and telling the lawyers like, oh, well, so-and-so doesn't like this and so-and-so doesn't like that. I'm in DC. I mean, you guys want to talk about a swamp? Holy Toledo. It is disgusting. Rob, you're just over the river. You see it probably a little bit too.
I've been dealing with this. I've been dealing with since I've lived here, like since high school. Before then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, and I've told this story before, but I actually had a moment where somebody sent me a news article basically going, what the hell is with this? And I read this news article, and it wasn't until they actually mentioned the name of the accused that I realized this was my case, because they went through all of the facts as they sort of understood them, and they were unrecognizable from what was actually happening. So, and I see chat saying that the background is loud. I am in the quietest place in the airport. So
I don't hear anything.
Some people, I mean, there's the hockey game.
Fine. I turned your volume up, and I turned Runkle's down. The volume on the stream might be trying to overcompensate. It's, Runkle's doing what he can. He'll be here in, you guys realize he will be here in a little under 9 hours. So,
and
do you guys have line holders?
Probably gonna. I'm not going to be
tomorrow,
there tomorrow.
We do not, because tomorrow he gets in too late. He's going to be in there on Thursday, and we're going to we're not saying we're doing Friday. We're just not going to say we're going to do Friday because
Yeah, I was
don't
going to
want
say
people
don't
messing
because
with
they
us.
completely
Yeah.
got rid of the sticker thing or the
Yeah,
number thing. So
which
keep it
is
to yourselves,
unfortunate because
boys.
it was actually that was actually sort of sorting things out. But yeah, no, and for the people who've been asking, I've got a scotch here, so that's a good thing.
We've changed.
Oh well, everybody was going,
Folks,
why is
Canada
Runkle
is an
putting on a
open bar, so
Yeah.
when booking your
morning
next
Runkle,
vacation,
drunk morning
ask
Runkle is going to be
Runkle.
fun too. Yeah, drunk morning Runkle is going to be fun as well.
everybody's asking, why is Runkle wearing a mask? It's well, because I walked up to the bar, threw mute on in order to drink, and they're not going to give me my scotch unless I'm wearing a mask when I order it. So,
By the way, I have to tell you, I loved your tweet about how you were at the supermarket and how you thought you were going to have like your celebrity moment. And then somebody asked you, "Excuse me, sir, do you work here?"
I mean,
Well,
it was weird
so
because
Farron, to that point, you were in the line, right? And Joe was making the comment, and people have not believed this because I tried to tell my friends this, that it was the weirdest thing in the world when I walked up the line and someone yelled at me "Law and Lumber," and I was like, "What the fuck?" I turned around. It really happens around that courthouse.
Yeah,
And
it
it's
does.
the weirdest thing in the world.
And I was laughing at Joe because they were like, "Oh my God, are you?" They didn't say good logic. They're like, "Are you good logic?"
Logic? Oh man.
Joe's accent. And Joe's like, "I didn't think the people were gonna notice me." And I'm like, "Dude, you're on TV. Like people are gonna notice you and who you are." And he's like, "Do you get this kind of stuff?" And I'm like, "Yeah, you just say hi and ask them if they want a picture because normally they do," which is why I have pictures on my Twitter of Joe taking pictures with people. He's like, "What do I do?" I'm like, "You
Yeah,
just
I
take
didn't
a
know what to
picture
do.
with them."
Like, yeah, people asked for Ian in my picture, and I'm going, "What the fuck do I do? Like, do you like the arm around? Do you want like my face? Do you want to see anything? Do you want like just me not looking at you, going this way? Like, tell me what you want."
No. Yeah,
it
and
was really
I'll
weird.
tell you, like, I'm not like, what is it, like, Savannah Guthrie famous, but I mean, in the markets that I lived in, the biggest one that was crazy was El Paso, Texas, because it's an area where it's like every city is like 3 hours away, but then you're also over the Mexican borders right there in Juarez. And the fact that I could speak Spanish too, people would watch in Mexico. And so and blonde girls in Mexico or in that region are very like, "Whoa, senora,"
Oh
So
no,
I
I
was like
love
Britney Spears 2007 famous down in El Paso. I could not even go to the Walmart without having my makeup on because people would want to take pictures. But again, that's local news. And this little West Texas town. But
my
then when
phone
you
is
come,
dying here.
Yeah.
oh no.
Oh no,
Oh
Farron,
no, Runkle.
here's a test. Mija, dame mi chacleta. Does that make you cringe and run for the door?
I'm gonna be nice and stay in the chat, but I think Runkle froze too.
He did. Look at him. Look at him. He's completely frozen. That's a good freeze pick,
Screenshot.
though. Like if you're
Got
gonna
it.
get him on a freeze, hang on. I gotta screenshot this one. This is gonna
I
kill
was say,
him.
let's smile.
Hang
See
on,
the
let me get
smile.
my little snipper tool going. We're gonna snip it, and everyone smile. That's a bad one. We're gonna do another one. Everyone smile. And there we go. Runkle's frozen. There we go. Good. Perfect. Love it.
See you, Runkle.
Yeah. I'm going to throw that in a frame. And when I pick him up, I'm going to
Oh,
put that in the car. And he's going to have to look at that the first thing he sees.
the whole time. No. Go to the airport, blow it up, and just be at the airport with the sign and be like, "Here to pick up this guy."
Oh, my God.
Is he flying in a Dulles or Reagan?
Dulles. My office
Dulles?
is in
Okay.
Herndon. Yeah, my office is in Herndon, so it'll be easy to pick him up. And then I'm gonna drag him to my office and make him spend the rest of the day in my conference room until I can like take him back to the house.
Gotcha. Now, do you have super chats that you have to go through?
I have.
By the
been
way, you got
rolling
some
through
stands
some of
in this
them.
chat, Law and Lumber.
What was that?
We thought we lost you.
My phone died, but I've got a laptop.
He's got a laptop.
Oh
The
shit!
man's got a laptop.
Runkle is prepared.
I've been rolling through the non-question ones.
Hang on, Rob, what are you drinking?
Castello de Verao.
Is
How
that
much you got in your
$500 a
wine
bottle?
I gotta grab
No,
another
Ian,
beer.
I was
Runkle, you
about
got
to just say
scotch?
it's not $500 a fucking bottle.
Oh, Amber.
I know.
Hey,
But-
you know what?
But
Let me grab another
we
beer.
do have mega pint size.
There you go.
I'm sipping through this because when you go on stream, you don't want to like mess up your lipstick, so you're like straw. Girl,
I wouldn't.
You know
know.
that hasn't come up for me.
However, Farron, I did get makeup delivered to my office today.
I heard somebody got a
interesting.
bruise kit.
A bruise kit. I got a bruise kit. I got a foundation wheel, and I got.
Hang on. Hold that thought, because I'm going to show you how to apply it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a beer, and I'm going to show you.
While you do that, I'm going to fly through like 6 super chats.
Go for it.
Okay, guys, I just got lost calls, so I'm going to finish my scotch and get something else.
All right, you do
Chug
that.
it.
I'm going to fly through super chats. Runkle, I'll see you in 10 hours. Oh shit, 4 hours, 8 hours, some number of hours. I'll see you at 10:15. Be safe. All right, I'm muting you. You're already muted. Good. See you, buddy. Okay, so Crazy Cat Queen Camille to confront AH with 2 copies of the same photo. Ian worked out, same pic, different situation, overlaid, manipulated evidence. Actual consequences of this legally? No, it's actually kind of limited to the case itself. I don't think there's any legal consequence beyond that. It's going to go to the jury. Mike Hoyer, when is lumber portion of the stream? As soon as this trial is over, we're going to make some stuff in the shop. Okay. David Ann, what you guys think about the text AH saying to IO Twill it right? IO will it right? Yeah. Because it would have gone straight to TMZ, which would happen Monday anyways. We're going to probably see that one again. Marilyn Martinez, will Morgan Tremaine also have more info on Amber or her team releasing divorce and TRO info? Honestly, I don't know the answer to that question. I'm very curious about what Mr. Tremaine has to say. So we'll find out tomorrow. Yorkie Mom, check your Instagram DM. I sent you a screenshot of the text to IO in regards to TMZ Safe Travels Runkle. He is about to board that plane, and I will check my Insta DMs the second that I get off the stream. Lexi Autumn Stabs, have missed a bunch. What are they hoping to gain with proving she sold it? Negate Waldman or just generally prove she's a lying liar that lies? Honestly, I kind of think that it's a lying liar that lies thing. It's going to sell better for the jury that way. Rican Havoc. What does the law say if AH was Skyping at the time? You mean if that was a video that she was projecting to a third party? Honestly, I think that would actually give her grounds to go ahead and release the third party to release that, because it was same thing as a telephone. Well, different question. No, if it was a Skype conversation and I was receiving the call and I was recording it on that end, I would not have consent from Johnny Depp, which means that I would not be authorized to do that. And I would probably be violating some federal wiretapping laws in doing so. So I think that would probably strike that testimony. Kaya Way, just curious of your woodworking projects, what are you most proud of building? The thing I am most proud of building is the table that I made for my sister. It's a river table. It's the first epoxy river pour table I ever made. And the reason I'm most proud of it is that the day that I made that table, she actually came over to my house to help me make it. And I was showing her how to make it. And that was when she told me she was pregnant with her first daughter. And we made that table and chose the color. We made it together. And yeah, that one's the most special to me. So that's going to be the one I'm most proud of for right now. Thank you.
And people, you haven't seen his woodworking. It is really good.
Runkle, don't be dirty.
I'm not being dirty. His
Yeah.
actual woodworking is really top notch.
Yeah.
No, I've seen the Instagram. It looks really. I do like the river tables. That's where. For those that haven't seen my YouTube, I show where I named Lawn Lumber, and you were like, "How am I saying this video? I'll get you a gavel." And I was like, "Fuck you, Rob. I want a river table."
You want a river table? You know how much I sell those for? Karen, you know how much I sell those for?
Like
I think a
6,000?
YouTube channel probably does it. 100K subscribers with a catchy phrase. I don't know.
Oh,
Actually, I have no idea how
about-
those go. How much those
hey,
go
Farron,
for.
so
I
one
have
of my
no
one of my
idea.
favorite sellers is a a sofa end table that's like a C shape where it has
Yeah,
like
everybody
the bar
cheers.
that comes. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. Oh. Rob, did you get two? Or not Rob, Runkle, did you get two just in case? Or you
No, I
done?
just got the one because I've got to moderate it because if I get too sauce, they won't let me on the plane, and that would really, really suck.
Yeah, but there's no
Yeah.
such rule about letting you off the plane when you land in Dulles, so I'm kind of concerned.
Oh, B Lamb even said, Rob, I checked out your woodworking. It's beautiful. I will say those river tables are gorgeous. I don't know
Oh,
how
well,
you do
fair.
those.
I mean, I haven't. The thing is, I have not had time to actually show the thing I'm most proud of. It's the bar top I made in my kitchen, and I mean, Runkle's seen it. It's lit up. It's actually an LED light up of the night sky above the place where my dad died. Like
Oh,
it's actually matches the constellations. So I at some point in time I need to get a photographer over there to take a picture of it. So yeah.
oh wow.
It is amazing.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that is both the story behind it and also
Mhm.
the craftsmanship is something else.
Wow, that's beautiful. I will say this. Nobody knows this about me. Because I don't look like it. But I love building furniture. You would never know. And when I say furniture, I mean IKEA furniture. But I love in my next life, I want my own HGTV show because I love have you ever watched Rob the Weekender?
No, but people have told me to watch it.
It's on the Lowe's YouTube channel, and I'm obsessed with it because the way that she builds stuff, like I want to learn how to do that stuff. And part of me thinks you should watch that and get some ideas from it because it would be really, really good to show people, for example, how to build. She does an entertainment console.
Mhm.
She does a really cool farmer's kitchen table. Like she does some really cool stuff that I think that your viewers would love to learn.
So
And whoever said IKEA mute her blasphemy, come on, I can do this shit on my own.
That stuff. Look. I can make furniture out of damn near anything, and IKEA furniture still has me looking at the stupid instructions.
Well,
Yeah.
There's
I will
actually
say
this
my
is
entire
something
place is built by myself. You
this
just
is
can't see
something
it
that
right
makes me sad. There used to be a company that would take IKEA designs and make them out of good wood,
now. Uh-huh.
and they have since been, I think, sued into oblivion. But I was just like, oh, because some of those designs are really clever, and if you could get them made out of something other than chipboard, I would be all in.
Yep.
Mhm.
I mean, my basement features an IKEA shelf very prominently, and I wish this was made of something that lasts, that isn't just
Yeah.
that I couldn't push a pocket knife through.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
Hey, when
I've
you're
moved
here,
a number of
we'll
times, and I've always had IKEA furniture. And every time I'm with the movers, because I used to always usually move myself, because I mean it's just cheaper. But then the last two times that I moved, the guys were like, "This only has one more move in it," and I was like, "Ugh." I never
Yeah.
realized IKEA furniture is like not meant to be moved.
no.
Yep, no, once it's in place, that's about
Don't
it.
move it.
So Runkle, this one's for you. And by the way, I think that your name after 10 p.m. is now Drunkle because the chat has like unanimously agreed that is what your name is after dark. But
Fair
Runkle,
enough.
for you, is the name in reference to the Old Bailey in England, which I think you've answered this before.
It is. There's actually a BBC series as well as a number of books. Rumpole of the Bailey, Rumpole, and it's about a criminal defense lawyer in the UK, fictional criminal defense lawyer, but they're really good, and I kind of was giving a nod to that. I will tell the story as well. So I went into court at one point, and I was in an unfamiliar courthouse, and this judge had never met me before. And so you you give your name to the court. You say, Runko, first initial I, here representing, Mr. Accused. And so this judge went off. He went off on a big, lengthy thing about how this was a very, that I had a very sort of noble name and, with a length. And eventually I realized, he thinks he heard Rumpole. So he went on for a lengthy thing, and eventually I had to say it's actually Runkle. And I just watched his face go from like happy, cheerful to like, screw this guy. And I did not ever have a good day.
You went from a king to a pauper.
I never had a good day in that judge's court after that. He was just like, I think he really held it against me that I wasn't Rumpole.
Oh,
I was like, oh,
poor guy. Man, okay.
Is.
So you're a Canuck.
Yep.
Wait.
Grew up a big hockey fan. Do you root for a team? Which one do you root for?
I don't actually watch hockey.
Runkle, you should probably recant that. Hang on, do I have like a 15-minute scrub? I have 15-second scrub audio, like just like backtrack. How about this question? Yay, Runkle still likes hockey. Ian, got any advice for telling CRA to back off and stop reassessing my husband's taxes every 2 years?
If it's happening every 2 years, it's because he's on their shit list. I'm not kidding. They do maintain a shit list.
This is no filter drunkle.
I know. I told you, Farron.
He's on their shit list.
You are in for this. Is going to be a good one.
They do have a shit list of people who they think are up to no good, and so you get people who get like audited every year. I have not actually. I'm really surprised that I haven't made their shit list, because when you're doing YouTube stuff and you get any income. When you get any income off YouTube,
I thought they already take taxes out.
They haven't audited me yet, and
God, Runkle, stop talking.
But the problem is
that
if they did, they'd have real difficulties, because all of my income is basically voluntary. Like all of this extra stuff is basically voluntarily declared. And they'd have no way to track it unless I was declaring it to them. I, being a lawyer, am super diligent about that. I make sure that every dollar that comes in from whatever source, they get to find out about. Which sucks, because they tax me out the wazoo for every dollar that comes in. But I'm just like, I guess that I'm probably not getting on their shit list because I'm voluntarily declaring it. But I have heard of a number of Canadian YouTubers who some years later, like they've been successful for some years, and then they get hammered. And if you haven't been reporting it, you're going to have a bad day. Real bad day when that comes due. So that's why I'm super careful about reporting it all, is just because eventually they're going to want it, and they are breaking things over there.
I was going to say, who's dying in the background over there? Like, what's going on? Do you need a lawyer?
They're like dropping things. Yeah, maybe I'm going to mute myself. You guys keep going.
Why don't you do that? Because they're literally smashing pans into the microphone of your phone.
No, I hate you, Johnny. I hate you, Amber. Too soon?
What a nightmare. All right. Any age angry team, any word what she said? I don't know, but to have a microphone at that table would be quite interesting, because I think there's been several words said at that table.
I had a random friend that was there in the hallway last week that did I tell you guys this, or was that a different stream?
No.
Yeah, it was a friend that happened to get in line and got in, and she's a big Johnny Depp fan. And you know how the courthouse, it's kind of like little boxes within a big box, the way it's kind of set up.
Yeah.
Well, when she walked out of the courtroom, she went to the bathroom and she kind of got lost, and she went down the wrong hallway. And it happened to be at the exact moment, and she saw Amber Heard walk across the hallway into like her chambers. And she said that she saw the whole team walk, and she's like, Farron, I just stood in the hallway. It was just frozen. She's like, I think they thought I was like a nut job, just like standing there frozen. She goes, but then all I heard was like, what the fuck was that? And like, she's like, I just heard yelling. And this was last Thursday.
It is so weird. So that courtroom, and Joe said it earlier, like on stream, Joe was like, that courtroom is so big. And I was trying to tell him yesterday, like he was waiting in line overnight. And I said, Joe, when you get in there, the courtroom's a lot bigger than you think it is. It's a lot bigger. You're going to be far away. I need you to do this. And he was like, I got it. And then he gets out of the courtroom today. He's like, it was so big, man. I couldn't. I was like, I told you to focus. Oh.
I couldn't believe how big it was. It's bigger than a New York bagel.
Bigger than a New York bagel. Yeah. Good logic.
Yeah, good logic.
Oh, man. No,
But
so
he had
how many
su- he had
hours
such
do
a great
JD
time.
and AH have left? So Johnny Depp has, well,
I wrote it down.
Amber Heard, I think, has 2 hours and 45 minutes.
No.
And Johnny
actually,
Depp, I think, has 10 more hours.
No. After today.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Today the Depp team used up around, and the judge said she was going to email them, but the Depp team used around 5 hours. The Heard team used about 115. 115 down from yesterday, which was 409. So about 3 hours.
3 hours, and then Depp's got like 9 or 10 left. Between 9 and 10. Okay, yeah. Which if I had those odds, man, if I had that time. All right, moment of silence for text. I passed this one earlier. Yes, this was a horrible thing today. Everyone in the chat, send your prayers, send your thoughts. Really terrible thing. I don't know any facts about it. I'm gonna look at it after I get off stream and take a look at it. But yeah, my heart goes out to everyone who experienced any form of loss in that today. Just terrible thing to see. Suzanne Blomstead, can you interview Camille on LAR2? Oh my God, if she would come on. If we donate money for the fee, I would don't contact her directly. She won't be giving interviews for quite a while. She'll probably be on every mainstream media outlet. I wish that she would actually recognize. I hope that someone in Johnny Depp's PR team recognizes that a lot of the whole pro Camille stuff generated from independent news sources. It wasn't the mainstream media narrative. Like, I wish they saw that this was a grassroots movement. Like, it really was, because you see her opening statement and you watch up to her crescendo, which is her cross-examination of Amber Heard. And by that time, everyone's starting to look at her. But all of LawTube and all these independent media sources, we've been looking at her and we're waiting for this moment. And she's there, and we are exalting her from the heavens. Like, oh my gosh, you have just done the impossible, and you are female Thor litigator from Thunder God. Yeah. It's late.
And from the media standpoint, again, like seeing Court TV where they're not in there all day, to give you guys kind of a taste of how the sausage is made. And I will tell you, Rob, I mean, I'll give you like a taste now, but like when I talk more and more, because my friends are like, well, how did you do this? And how do they do that? And blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you guys are never going to watch the news the same once I kind of tell you how it all goes down. So one of the things that happens, like I was explaining to Ricada yesterday when I gave him like a little report during lunch in that one little courtyard area, I was like, here's how it goes. She came in at 11. She's there from like 11 to 11:30 because she knows when the camera is going to be the most, or when the trial is going to be the most observed. And again, I'm not dogging Chanley because I know how the schedule goes. Okay. When it's those courtroom hours, you're there from about, get in like 9:30, 10, you're in makeup. You get in like 9:30, you're in makeup from like 9:30 to 10:15. You get there around 11. She's there from 11 to 11:30. She's already got her sound bites picked out from her producer, and she's got to write around it. A lot. And what I mean in sound bites is those little clips that you see where they throw to like, oh, here's what happened today in court, and then it's a video of like a sound bite. So what happens is in the news, you don't pick a sound bite based on what's factual or what's real. You pick the most emotional sound bite. So it's somebody crying, somebody screaming. A gnat sound is like a gunshot with somebody crying after. You pick the most emotional sound that you can get.
Oh, I hate media. The more you keep talking,
I
Farron,
know.
I just want to
I
like
know. I'm sorry.
stab media.
Why do you think
in
I
the
left?
throat.
So you pick the most emotional sound and then you write around it. So, and that's where you see with court TV, where, you know, they're going to be like, Chanley Painter's been outside all day and she's been in the courtroom all day. She has not. She's been in the courtroom all day. And Chanley, what happened? And so, like, for example, yesterday, I specifically watched the report to see what she was going to say versus what I saw. Again, as somebody in the media, I get it. Like I was telling you earlier, she was in there 11 to 11:30. She came back after lunch from about like 1:55 to like 2:15, and then probably was outside the rest of the day from 4, 5, 6, and 7 for her live shots. Mind you, she was going around and giving her card out to all the law tubers, being like, "Oh yeah, we should connect." Interesting. But you know, the whole thing is then her 7 o'clock hit was, you know, Chanley Painter's been in the courtroom all day, and Chanley, what was your take on the jury? Because I hate the reporter voice, but that's what they do. And she's like, you wouldn't believe the expressions that the jury made during the testimony of Dr. Spiegel, of the, you know, of Amber Heard. And it's like
she
I
saw
was
them at
sitting
all.
there and they didn't make any faces. And again, I like Chanley too. Like, I sat near her. I mean, I understand how the media works. I understand the scheduling, how you have to get out there for your live shot. You got to get everything set up. They got to get your lighting. I understand it and how it takes time. But when the media tells you they've been sitting there all day, take that with a grain of salt.
Just a bit.
Because
just a bit.
Yeah. And this is what I told Rakeda. I was like, the reason why, for example, there were tweets that went out that LawTube questioned over the weekend was because
not just questioned, slaughtered. They were not substantiated. They could not possibly have been true the way they were phrased.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the reason why is because they are not in the courtroom the entire day. And again, this is no offense to her or the network, but also at the same time, you have the media that is slashing salaries, slashing costs, because the mainstream media is dying a very, very slow death that they do not want to admit. Why do I know this? I was in it and I got out. It was either I sink down with the ship or I say, hey guys, even if you grab a rower, we're not going to win this one. Nope. And that's why you're seeing the rise of independent journalism, because we've all seen it. And
I mean, that's the thing. I came on LawTube. The reason I started jumping in on these streams and jumping in on Rakeda's and jumping in everything else is there was a wick sticking out of the powder keg, and I decided to walk by it and light it. And just, I want to be a part of that. That ship is going down, and I'm going to blow the powder keg that brings that fucking ship down. I'm tired of this bullshit. And as many people as I can get following these streams and looking at these independent resources that are actually doing analysis, not just clickbait and not just snips and not just look at what I saw. No, this is bullshit. No. It's
not especially not when, for example, when DUI guy and I were there yesterday morning streaming for 4 hours, talking to people through the line. And mind you, then Law and Crime comes up and they're like, hey, can we get you guys talking? And I look at a DUI guy and I'm like, don't say anything that you wouldn't want on TV. Like, don't do this. And he's like, why? And I'm like, they're getting what's called B-roll. B-roll is action footage, but at the same time, they can hear what you're saying. And he's like, I am so glad that you're here, because I would have never known to like say I hate Johnny or I hate Amber or whatever, whatever. because, and this is where, again, I was saying, I was like, and thank God again for good logic, because he was like, hey, I want a journalist in here who understands some of this stuff on the outside. And again, it's not tuning my own horn. I'm just saying, I've seen the way that court trials have been done on my own. And I understand how networks will take it and completely spin it to protect themselves, because they either didn't cover it correctly, or to cover somebody that has some ties to some higher up. Like, for example, God forbid if Amber had some uncle that worked at WAPO, and the mainstream media was like, hey, dude, Amber's uncle's over. I mean, that's how it works. It's who especially here in DC. Rob, you're up the road, over the river. This, and it's one of these things where, unless you have somebody that understands that there's two sides to every story, or three sides, yours, mine, and the truth. And people need to have somebody that aren't just lawyers, but also a journalist that has seen how shit can get skewed real quick. I'll tell you one more quick story. When I was a morning anchor in Grand Rapids, Michigan, the station that I worked for, morning anchor, the big thing that I loved doing is I loved doing the stories on individual stories of people that have overcome, like the Phoenix Rising type of a story, right? And there was a woman, if you don't know Michigan, land of the cars, right? GM, Chrysler, all of that. There was the GM recall about 4 or 5 years ago, where the pedal would get stuck, and people were getting in crashes because they couldn't use the brakes.
Mm-hmm.
And this one woman crashed into a tree and lost her right leg from like the thigh down. Completely changed her life. Find her through Facebook, and I go to my news director and I'm like, hey, I found this amazing, and when I say amazing story, I'm saying like a story of triumph. And I'm like, I found this amazing story of this girl who has overcome all of this, and how, this was on the hands of GM and they knew, but they did nothing. And she's like, Farron, I love it, but this will never get past advertising, or this will never get past sales. And I looked at her and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And she's like, GM is one of our biggest donors. I can't bring this upstairs. And that's when I was like, okay, either I'm in the machine or I got to stop.
Yep.
And to me, Rob, that sounds like your story. The same thing.
Pretty much.
Very much the same thing.
I get tired of it. I get really tired of it. And I am very tired. I have been very tired of it. And honestly, LawTube, I fell into this ass backwards, and everyone's made laughs about it and jokes about it. It's a weird place. I don't know. I'm still trying to find out where I fit in here. But everyone in the chat and everyone who's been a subscriber to the channel, it's a place where I feel very comfortable and I feel very home, and a place where I can express opinion and actual honest assessment of what I'm seeing. And I'm finally glad to be able to actually have the power to speak back to some of these idiots. For example, Twitter, the dumpster fire that is Twitter. And it is a dumpster fire. I mean, hot garbage, gasoline, and a match. And that is what Twitter is. But people were commenting and trying to troll me. And what I didn't realize is that I had just created a Twitter page and had 20,000 followers. And I saw someone trying to troll me, and I was going to go respond to them. And I was going to be like, hey, you're an idiot. I don't like you. Before I got the chance to type that out, 3 people who were my followers had gone in and just slaughtered the person that had made the comment.
Oh, then, okay, Rob, I'm not going to lie, you're living the fucking good life.
No. I know.
You
I
get
know
on
that.
YouTube, you have 100K subscribers, and I'm not jealous. I'm happy for you. But I mean, I'll tell you, there are times like journalists, like, I mean, I'm finally getting to like 6,000 followers, and I've been calling out crazy people, and people don't defend me. So I mean, I'm glad that this is happening for you, because it's showing at least people are awake, and that's what I'm happy about.
What I'm trying to say is that, like, it's one of those things where in the moment I immediately realized that this is The second that happened, it was like, this is a shitload of power that people don't have. Like this is now, I am now wielding a gavel that actually has a good deal of weight behind it. Like if I put out a video, there's 100 some odd of you guys out there that are watching these things, and that's a good amount of influence. Well, the thing is, with that one comes a great amount of power, in that I can make a video that trashes somebody and that can do some real damage. I can make a video uplifting somebody and that does some real good. I can make a video that does an honest assessment that's critical, and that can be taken seriously. It actually, yes, it is a complete, and thank you to all of LawTube, because honestly, without you guys doing all of this, and without the chat, and without everyone subscribing, there's no way that I would have this voice this quickly without this grind to be able to speak up to people who I would have no business talking to a year ago. And I can now say to them what I actually feel. And I feel like there's a bunch of people that follow me that have the same feeling. And I'm really happy that I get to be a voice of myself, and that I hope that I emulate the voice of people that kind of follow what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And let me tell you, it is so hard. It is so hard, Rob, to see a lot of the shit that you see, that you guys as lawyers see, of people getting underrepresented or screwed over, or even like in this Depp trial. And you're going to want to go out and tweet like, F this and blah, 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 blah. And when you have this much of a following, you have to be like, whoa, hang on. Let me just like go write it out in a notebook first, because, you realize that people can see it. And the other thing too is what I want for independent lawyers, independent journalists, independent whoever, to look at stuff and say, hey,
See you in 10 hours, Runkle.
And get this accurate before we just throw out an emotion, because that's all what social media is at this point. Let me throw out an emotion. Let's get some clicks, get some likes. And that is not what the whole intention of independent media is. And that's where, again, the mainstream media thrives. I mean, again, not to make it about the media, but I mean, you folks, even if you turn on your cable news, you know exactly when you turn on MSNBC, you know what way they're lying. Fox, you know what way they're lying. They're there to elicit an emotion to get you to go out and either watch more, go out and vote, or start thinking the way that they do. And again, you can say whether you like or you hate Roger Ailes from Fox, but he was brilliant in the sense where he said, people don't know how to think, so think for them. And this is where I'm giving you a call of look at everything and think for yourself, because these media outlets think that you are so dumb that you can't think for yourself. And that's when I realized I can't do it anymore. I cannot do it. I'm lowering myself into the swamp that is here in DC, and I can't rest my head at night and think that I am, doing any good. And for whoever is in the chat's going to say, oh, it's all about you, or I'm just telling you my experience and what I've seen. And I'm trying to tell you what I've seen so that you understand what's out there and what they're trying to do to you, and why I left, because I don't like it.
The chat wants to hear a specific phrase, and the specific phrase is one that Farron and I both agree with, but it's very cliche, and it's, with great power comes great responsibility. And yes, it's absolutely true. It's cliche as shit. And but that's what happens. It is what it is. Period.
Also, as the chat also says, I'm laying a foundation, which is very true.
Fantastic.
And here's another thing. I'll be real with you guys. I'm gonna bare my soul. So I left mainstream media, and I ended up working for independent media. And here in DC, it's working for international media. You work for an international outlet, because in the United States, you cannot question your own government and what they're doing to you when you work for a mainstream media outlet. And so there was a lot of things that I saw, and I was like, I can't do this. Like, I need to question the military industrial complex. I need to question big pharma. I need to question a lot of these people that are here in DC making money off of the opioid crisis, making money off of sending our kids off to war. And, you have the Dick Cheneys of the world that are raking in millions while soldiers are losing limbs and dying. So I ended up working for RT America. And everyone's going to say, oh my God, the Russians, that's the Russian channel. Well, yeah, it used to be the Russian channel. RT America is different from RT International, but I was the primetime news anchor. And every single night, I actually had more followers internationally than I did here. And they used to call me the female Tucker Carlson in Russia, Germany, Switzerland, Finland, and somewhere else. And I was like, I don't even know if I want that title or not. But the point is that I always looked at things from both sides. For example, when it came to school shootings, I was like, okay, we have all these school shootings, but let's also talk about the inner city shootings. Why are we having all these problems? I'm pro Second Amendment, but what the hell's going on here, folks? Why can't we look at this and have a conversation? And of all people, you will not believe this. I had Ben Crump on. Ben Crump, who would come on my show all the time. I had Gloria Allred. I had all of these great people because I would let them talk. Like I'm probably not spewing that right now, the way that I'm talking now. But the point is that you have to be able to have that dialogue. And I've never been able to tell somebody, I just don't agree with you and shut them out. I'm like, well, why do you believe that? And I'm genuinely interested. Because that's the way that a true journalist is supposed to be. When you watch these journalists on TV and they're like, well, why, okay, well, then you're just racist. End of conversation, done. They're not listening to you anymore. What? And that's why I started to surpass in ratings internationally compared to the mainstream media until we got shut down when the whole war started, which I was against the invasion. It's 2022. Why are we invading countries? And I even said it on my show. I thought it was bullshit.
Oh, fair. We're not going political.
No, we're not going political. But I'm just saying, for those that want to act like I'm a Russian asset or whatever, no. But the point is that, you have to just be able to talk to people and have that conversation. And today, I mean, you even see just in this trial, I'm Amber Heard and you're a wife beater. Wait a minute, because I look at facts, I'm a wife beater?
I mean, Rottenborn is, and I hate that I have to say that name all the time, but he's a damn good attorney. He has done a very good job. I cannot disparage him as far as a litigator is concerned. He has represented his client admirably and done a damn good job.
I agree. And
it's hard to say because you don't like what he is saying, but you can also see how he's a damn good advocate.
I want to hear your point of view when you look at both teams, because you saw it, and I want to see if we're on the same wavelength. When you look at Depp's team versus Heard's team, what do you see in each? Like, if you could summarize like Depp's team and how they commingle and how they treat the trial versus Elaine and her team and how they treat the trial.
So we're going to do this. Here's this one. We're going to show this very generous super sticker. $49.99, Jason Adelman. And for this super sticker, I'm going to give you that analysis. So,
well, I queue up the bruise kit for you.
Yeah, while you queue up the bruise kit. So I've always said that attorneys and clients pick each other. You pick a like-minded client, like clients pick like-minded attorneys. If you look at the synergy that exists between Johnny Depp and his legal team, and I've made comments about this before. People make the comments about the cute little nuances between Camille Vasquez and Johnny Depp. I hate that they isolated to Vasquez. Look at what Johnny Depp does with Ben Chew. You see Ben Chew go and pick candy out of Johnny Depp's like pile and hide it from him as he's like looking aside, like Ben Chu goes, grabs a piece of candy and hides it over here to play with each other. That dynamic that exists on Johnny Depp's team, that is a legal team that has, I mean, it feels more like a family than a legal team. They all think as a family. Now, when I say that, what I mean is that it's not one mind, one strategy. What it is, when a family works together, that family has 4 or 5 different personalities, but they work very well as a unit. And each one of them has their strengths, they have their weaknesses, but as a family, they know which strengths and weaknesses to rely on for certain things. Vasquez, she's the fighter. She goes out, she takes no prisoners. She goes out, lays down that cross, kills people. Ben Chu he's the strategist. He's the one that kind of looks over all of it and says, this is where I need my pieces to be. Fantastic. Love the way he does it. Every single person on that team has their role and they play it to perfection. You look at Amber Heard's team, and I think you have 2 leaders in conflict. To be honest, if I was Amber Heard, I would say that Rottenborn should be the leader of that team. He has inured himself to the jury more than Elaine has. He is more effective in direct and cross-examination. He can recover when he has an objection sustained against him. And honestly, there's something about this that's going to be kind of offensive maybe to the chat, but the voice is less cutting and less grating. For the first time in a while today, I looked at, for the first time in a while, I was listening to the testimony, and all of a sudden I heard Elaine Bredehoff's voice came across on a deposition designation. And my head was like, oh my God, why do I have to hear this again? Because it's that abrasive.
So you were basically juror
tone.
number 1 where he gets annoyed with stuff?
And the funny thing is, the entire trial, I had not been like that. I had been giving her the benefit of the doubt. But the second that I heard her voice, I was like, I don't want to hear this anymore. And it was one of those things where I finally put myself in the juror's position and going, I have been focused on not being disparaging against this person and not taking an opinion as to how she was litigating the case. But maybe if I have reached this point and me giving her all the benefits of all the doubts, there's got to be at least a few jurors when that voice comes on, they're just going, oh my God, please make it stop. It's painful.
Yeah.
So
I know sports. So
Yeah.
I compare it to sports very much the same way that you're comparing it from the legal standpoint. The way that I see it is that Ben Chu is the quarterback of his team.
Yep.
Elaine's the quarterback of her team. Ben Chu has the faith and the trust of everybody on his team that when he's going to throw to them, that they're going to catch it.
Oh, yeah.
Elaine, her team, they're very doubtful of where she's going to throw. They're doubtful if she is going to throw to them. And they're doubtful if she's going to be able to throw the pass to them correctly.
The throwing to them is the funny thing. She just doesn't. And this is for this $20 super chat right here. There we go. We're gonna make this comment out to that person. Celia Wise.
Celia. You're breaking my heart.
She is so domineering that there is no voice that you hear above hers.
Yep.
And she does not defer to anybody. Rottenborn and Elaine stand up and they walk to the bench. And you instantly know who's talking. Like, you just know. You feel it. You hear it. And I can tell you right now, and the chat probably already knows this, Judge Ascarati, done with Elaine. Like, done. Done.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you guys said that, I think last Thursday, I was like, no, I think the judge has been pretty fair.
She's done.
Monday, I was like, this bitch is done.
You can hear it in the voice. And
so
in
annoyed.
my head, in my head, I am literally watching her in my head while she's making these objective rulings. I'm watching her look down her glasses like this sideways, like at the counsel table. And I'm seeing the eyes look at me and said, next question. And I'm going, oh my God, this is painful. I don't want to be here. Oh man, I can't. Elaine needs to not speak anymore for the rest of the trial.
But there was a really good comment that one of the girls in court yesterday said to me, because I was like, I feel like she really hates her, and she goes, you know what? I don't think she hates her. I think she pities her. And I was like, pity?
Who?
I never looked at it that way.
Escarati or Elaine or what?
That the judge Escarati pities Elaine.
Nope, hates her.
And you would know more than I would, but the only reason that I say that is because in my note here from yesterday, the very end, she's asking all these questions and she keeps getting objected. And finally she's like on the redirect and she's like,
I'm trying.
Elaine, she goes, ask her what she knows. And the whole gallery was like, what did she just tell her what to ask her own witness?
And the thing, no, that's not sympathy. Because the funny thing is, the way that the people in the gallery perceive that is a mischaracterization. So the way the people in the gallery perceived that was that Elaine could not phrase a question to get the answer that she wanted. Mm-hmm. But what that should have been taken as is that Elaine cannot trust her client to give an answer that is within the constraints that keeps the case going forward. If I ask my client an open question, what happened on June 25th? Random date. That client has leeway to go any which way with that story. Anyway, they can bring in allegations, facts, statements, people, testimony, anybody they want to. And if that's inconsistent from a prior statement, I'm screwed. If I'm trying to get my client who is already demonstrated that they can't keep their story straight, just saying, the last thing I want to do, the last thing I want to do is say, hey, here's a lot of rope. This is how you tie a noose. There's a long limb. I'm going to throw you the rope. You do the rest. That's not what I want to do. And that's the thing. So Elaine was asking leading questions, but what she was trying to do was make them appear not leading, because if she didn't ask leading questions, her client was going to hang herself.
Right. And
I can't fault
she's
her.
She's a super lawyer though, right? Shouldn't she
I can't fault Elaine for doing that. I can't fault her for doing that. If I have a client that's going off the rails like that, I'm trying to do the same thing. And I'm looking at the judge the same way, going, Judge, I'm trying. And the judge is like, yeah, but your client's an effing liar. I'm like, I know, but I'm still trying. So let me just try to do my job. I know it's really hard. I know it looks really bad, but I really am trying to do my very best to advocate for this person who we all know is an effing liar.
And you know what's so funny is, as you say that, and I get that perspective, this was the redirect on Catherine Arnold, who then was brought 2 witnesses by the Depp team today to prove. You had Richard Marks, the entertainment expert, and Mr. Spindler, the forensic accountant, to show Catherine Arnold was full of shit and she had no idea what she was talking about, and pretty much showed that an expert witness, depending upon whatever side they're on, is going to get paid to say whatever they need to in order to win that side. However, as you just notably pointed, for all of us lay people, that an expert witness will say what they need to when paid. And they proved that wrong. So that was good lawyering or good witnessing, lawyering, good team, everything.
Yeah.
Which, okay, really quick. Do you think, what is the problem? Is the problem, because I will say, I do think Rottenborn's actually a really good lawyer. I think it's just the client.
He's damn good. Yeah.
But then I also think, okay, is it the client or is it Elaine? Because I think I think Elaine is just a lost puppy at this point.
I can tell you it's Probably 20% option B, 80% option A.
What was option B and A?
Elaine, option A was the client. It's 80%.
Okay, so
it's 80% the client, 20%
okay,
Elaine.
okay.
I mean, it's a
Well,
nightmare.
I do also agree too with the consensus and even like what I talked about with Joe. And actually I got from all of you guys watching you guys is that this case changed when they completely made it about DV versus actual defamation.
It was more, I mean, I think it was more than that. It changed when Amber Heard redefined what DV was. She said that, so there was DV and there was domestic violence, which could be interpreted emotional, verbal, physical. Amber Heard said, yep. Amber Heard said, no. This is my story of DV. And she took the benchmark and she said, this is where you got to be.
Now, many in the chat asking, let me go back to the one chat and then we can get to your super chats too. Because you probably got to get some sleep as well as I do.
I do.
They basically asked, why do you think the whole testimony? Okay. Jennifer Howell was like supposed to be like our star witness, right? Okay. So you have the same emotional reaction that I do. Okay. So again, folks, like if you've been around, you understand Jennifer Howell was supposed to be like, that's it. It was going to be that what was it?
Yeah.
Not Gaithersburg, but the one witness in the Rittenhouse case where it was like, did you pull the gun on him first?
Brief
Yes.
the chat on Jennifer
We're
Howell.
done.
Brief the chat on Jennifer Howell. I'll be right back.
So Jennifer Howell, she was the ex-employer of Whitney Heard during this whole Johnny Depp relationship and Amber Heard. The staircase incident happens where you hear Whitney Heard is going to, Amber says that Johnny was going to hit Whitney. Amber then swung at Johnny. Then you have the witness testimony from Whitney, who says kind of a different story, but kind of the same, where she says that Johnny was coming up the stairs, yet Amber was saying Johnny was coming down the stairs. Very conflicting. Either way, there was an incident on the staircase. Whitney ends up going to live with her employer, Jennifer Howell, who, let me get the exact, she is the CEO of Art of Elysium in LA. Whitney's testimony says that she lived on her floor, like slept on the floor. But Jennifer Howell was like, no, I had a guest room. She lived in the guest room. Either way, Jennifer Howell says that she has text messages, emails, and phone calls of Whitney saying, I cannot stay here after the staircase incident. I feel like Amber is trying to kill Johnny, especially in that instance of the staircase, moves out of the penthouse, goes to live with her, and Jennifer Howell starts becoming like the emotional, Whitney's just verbal diarrheaing her emotions all to Jennifer.
Yep.
Who is her employer. It's all hearsay, but also Jennifer has text messages, emails, all that. Either way, LawTube was like, holy shit, it's Jennifer Howell. This is going to be explosive. It literally ends, and I shit you not.
I know.
Jennifer Howell's like, I'm here because I love my friend. And I get that she loves her sister. And she wants to protect her sister. But I'm here to protect her and to let her understand what's wrong and what's right and what's the truth.
I know.
And then fade to black. And we were all like,
Yep. Fade to black, like Hamlet.
Are
like
you kidding me?
Fucking cryptic Shakespearean shit. And I'm going, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
Because the big thing was the letter. So the letter that basically said, Whitney, you told me you were lying. I can't let you do this. You know, you're all the above.
Mm-hmm.
Drove me nuts, drove everyone nuts. And the question that I still have is whether the fucking letter is in evidence, because we don't know. Oh my
We
God,
don't
we don't.
We do not know.
That it pisses me off because it's like the Depp team has been so good. They have been so good strategically, legally sound every single step of the way. And this is the first time when they have made a decision where I'm looking going, what the F did you just do?
But is a letter written by somebody hearsay?
No, it is hearsay. It's hearsay. And if you try to bring it in, it is a bolstering statement that's written in writing that's intended to make your verbal statement that much more authoritative, and it's not allowed. But the thing is that the verbal statement didn't come in. The verbal statement of Whitney told me that these were all lies did not come in.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the testimony? Why is she on the stand? That was the question. Why is she on the stand if it's not to say that Whitney was lying? And you're going, Depp, you know, team, did you guys F this up, or are we waiting for another witness, or what are we doing? It kills you. It makes you, it drives you insane as a lawyer to wonder why that ball was dropped, or if it was. I don't know.
Well, the only way that I could see it is where that last statement, like they said, why are you here? And
Yeah,
she said, I'm here because I see a girl trying to protect her sister, and I'm trying to protect her.
Well, so
because she's making the wrong decision.
If that's the case, and the chat is also making these comments, like let's say hypothetically, yes, it is wine night, and it's 2:30 in the morning, guys. Come on.
Chat, back off.
Hypothetically speaking, if this is 4D chess, and even if the Depp team strategized around this, and they were like, you know what, we're gonna have Jennifer Howell give this mic drop statement, fade to black, and then we're gonna bring on another witness. You don't do that at the end of the day. You don't let the jury go home confused. You don't do it, because getting their recall back the next morning is not guaranteed and almost impossible.
But they didn't, though. They had her to sow doubt.
And then they brought another witness on, and it's like, what the?
They brought the LAPD Children's Hospital chick, who, to me, okay, that's that testimony too. She just said that she paid $250K, but they never got out, like, and to me that was, I felt like it was the baby lawyer. But that I felt like the baby lawyer was doing that deposition, because he was like, so she paid the $250K, and she's like, yeah, and he goes, but it was paid through Fidelity, and she's like, yeah, and like never, like, folks, when it's paid through Fidelity, doesn't mean it's paid through her.
Right now, this is a time game. It's a time game, and it's how much information can we get in a short amount of time. So Fidelity, they can connect the dots on closing. That's Elon Musk. They already have it. So right now, it's what facts can I put up so that I can argue them on close. So
I don't think the jury sees it that way, though. But
I know. I mean, today was very confusing. Today was very confusing. I am confused.
I have questions, as Emily D. Baker says.
Yeah.
Do you have a way to? I sent you in the private chat. I sent you your bruise kit. It's a minute long.
I saw it.
And if you
I now have to practice with my bruise demo kit.
Well, are you going to play it for your audience?
That some fan sent me how to make a bruise.
Well, you have to watch this though. Do you know how to play it? Or are you still learning?
I'm gonna try this on my own. Like I'm gonna.
No, but you got to show your audience though first what you're gonna do.
Do it live. I'm not gonna do it live. I'm gonna try it.
No. I'm saying you got to play the clip that I just showed you.
Oh.
So that you show your audience what you're gonna do. Rob Learning TV, folks.
Hey, take it easy.
Or Rob Learning influencing. You show your viewers what you're gonna do.
All right, hang on.
And folks, his super chats are not off. It's just subscriber mode only.
No, I turned them off because I can't possibly.
You got to unmute it first. Okay. Oh, I think it's on your computer mode only, but that's fine. But you'll see the way that she does it. It's really quick.
Not a bruise kit.
Okay, here. No, she has an actual bruise kit. Look at this.
That's what my subscriber sent me today.
Okay, watch. She goes, I'm going to learn how to make a bruise. Watch this.
Oh, shit.
This is insane. Look at that. Even she's like, oh, shit.
I knew exactly what you were saying, honey.
Oh, I'm uncomfortable. Like I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like I knew that, but like seeing her hold
You're
that
like, I didn't know
Foursquare
that.
up, like, I have that Foursquare now, apparently.
Yeah. So you saw she does the 2 fingers in the dark spots and does it on the cheekbone, and then does the 2 light spots and works around the dark spot.
Yeah, and work into the dark so that you leave the dark spot splotchy and like blood vessels popping. Wow, I don't like that very much.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
Rob creating a bruise.
Bruise kit. Here we go.
Showing LawTube with the broken nose.
All right, Farron. We have 19 super chats. I have eliminated a lot of them. So let's go. Okay.
Rapid fire.
All right. Word and grapevine. Amber's home insurance is covering legal fees. No effing way. In Virginia, do alternates have to stay during deliberation? In my California jury duty, 2 jurors were dismissed during deliberation, and alternates were called in each time and restarted deliberation twice. No, alternates get to go home. Josh Pishnak, what are proffers? Proffers are essentially offers of proof. Proffers, proof, offers. Essentially, when a judge sustains an objection and prohibits evidence from coming in order for the jury or in order for the attorney to preserve that issue on appeal, they have to tell the judge what would have been admitted if it was not objected to. So that's a proffer. That's what happened at the end of today's hearing. Esphira Star. JD asked when the video was from, has it been recognized that he was wearing practically the same outfit around the time of the 2016 Grammys? I didn't see that. So honestly, I don't really know. Kelly Graham, thank you for the very generous super chat. Law and Lumber couldn't find any streams today. Perhaps you could send out a tweet where you'll be. Actually, that's probably a very good idea because I do like to jump around. I'm in court a lot. I'm still a practicing litigator, so I have a lot.
So they couldn't find you on the streams today because you were in court.
I was in court, yeah. But I did jump onto Alita at the end of my court appearance, and I try to jump around whenever I can. During my lunch break, I jumped into Emily's chat, so I will try to tweet people where I'm going to be. That's a very good thing. Thank you very much for making that comment. True Blue, what if attorney sold on behalf of Amber? Well, agency. Same thing that was argued about Depp. Mama Lip, what do you think AH and her attorneys were discussing after court was adjourned? Could it be the TMZ issue? No, it was probably a lot of FUs, and I don't like you very much, and please let this case be done.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of it was, we're going to win this. We're going to win this. Don't worry.
Kind of. Yeah. Amp each other up, make each other feel good.
Yeah.
Sally Funko, can jury members talk about everything that happened when they were debating the verdict after the case? Yes, they can talk to whomever they want about whatever they want. Kristen Mead, are you still working on the bankruptcy video? I was planning on doing that tonight, but the motion came out and I was going to do an hour stream on the motion, and it is now 2:43 in the morning.
Tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow, which is today. Star Sorcerer, to Robin Panel, what does your gut instinct say about the outcome of the trial? I think the jury is heavily favored towards Depp. I don't know that is the legally correct outcome. I think that it is the factually just outcome. So I don't really know. I think I'm probably 70% now, Depp versus Heard, which is on the low end of the panel. The panel, I think, is like 95% to 5. I'm still 70. Grim Faded. If we kill you with our generosity, is that manslaughter? I think so, yes. Either way, here's my contribution because watching you is more entertaining than working.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you very much. That was very sweet of you to say.
yeah, thanks.
It was very sweet of you to say. KM, I sent you a message. You didn't respond. I am trying so hard, guys. I don't know how to do this thing.
You guys, they get so many. They get when you have this meteoric rise, the way Amber Heard did, in the same way that Rob did. You get all these emails and messages, and trust me, they care and they're trying. And also, when it's new for a guy like Rob,
I mean,
the poor guy. He just learned how to do bruises tonight. Give him a day.
Yeah, like I got back from court today and I opened up my the corporate email account, and there were 4 emails in there asking about, among the ones I went through, asking about like, hey, are you a self-taught woodworker? And it was one of those were the ones I responded to, because it was one of those people that was like, you know what? I've got this much energy. I can do this. I can encourage people to get out and do things they want to do and to enjoy that type of stuff. It is so hard. The amount of information that we get, you can't digest it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you, it's very much like being in the news, like where you're like when you're in it, you feel like you have to keep like watching this, and like you feel like if you're a day behind, like you feel like you don't know anything of what's going on in the world.
Yep.
You know, that's why news people, we have producers and all that stuff to help us. You guys are on your own. That's how my old world was. You guys are all on your own. I highly suggest getting your own Law and Lumber Gmail for people to reach out to you that way, and you can get to it that way.
Well, I mean, I do, but people are cyber sleuths and they find all the ways.
Yeah, that's true. And I would protect your IP, protect your address, protect all that stuff, because yeah,
I try to. Yeah. Ahmad Wagi, you guys mind explaining jury deliberation? I heard of one of the 7. Yeah. So it has to be unanimous. They have to all agree. And honestly, the judge will keep them locked up until they either agree or they come to a decision that they cannot possibly agree after several days. Piggy, how much do you think Amber got paid for that video? I don't know, Farron. How much?
The Solange Knowles and the Jay-Z video went for $250K. The fact that Jay-Z is, or Johnny Depp is bigger than Jay-Z, my guess would be between $3 to $350K.
Would it be $1 million? Could you get up to $1 million?
No, not $1 million. TMZ won't pay $1 million. I would say probably 275 to 300. I bring it back down. Probably 275 to 300,000. They probably got paid for. My guess, because Solange Knowles beating up Jay-Z in an elevator is much less, because it's a woman beating up a man. This is Johnny Depp, international actor, slamming doors, and the fact that the headline read, Johnny Depp destroys kitchen in name of Amber Heard.
Yeah. Super chat, Kim Evans, thank you very much. Super chat, Elizabeth Ramsey, thank you very much. Isn't Kate Moss's testimony being overrated? I don't know. The thing is, they kind of put Kate Moss at issue, and they kind of made a promise, and they wrote a check, and we're going to see if money's in the bank to cash it. So we'll see. I don't know if they're going to call her, to be honest. I
hear it's video depo, but DUI guys keep saying she's in person. I think it's video depo.
I really don't think that it's going to be as impactful as you think. That's not the way that I would end it. The way that I would end it would be Dr. Curry listening to the testimony from Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, that audio recording where she says, tell the world, Johnny, and have Dr. the last thing that she says out of her mouth is an assessment of that statement. So let's see. When will closing be? Closing is Friday, 2 hours to each side. They can divide it as they choose. Merch idea, cutting boards. I have to make the prizes for
never-
the logos.
He will if your merch is cutting boards and you're doing them, you will never sleep.
I don't sleep, man. I don't.
You and me both.
Like I make these mini mallets that are like this big that I give to my nieces and nephews, or like hammers.
Mm-hmm.
And someone was like, "You should just make a bunch of those." And I said, "Do you know how many people like I thought 5,000 subscribers was a really cool number, and I loved it. And I was like, I can't make that many." And now I look at everyone that's like subscribing. I was like, I would kill myself. Like, are you fucking kidding me? If I tried to make that many mallets, like, I don't have enough wood. Like, I would die. Yeah.
Which did you? I saw the stream the other night. You said your friend was driving in to get all that wood cut or whatever.
Yeah, I ended up getting all of that. I got 600 board feet of white oak. Chris Ann, thank you for the super sticker. 600 board feet of white oak milled up for 4 rails of 20 feet each, and then 10 posts, 10 pilasters for his house in Tennessee. So that was last night, and that finally got picked up in a box truck and taken down to Tennessee. So no, I do not
You did
sleep.
it. Rob did it, folks.
Yep, I am a vampire. I don't sleep. / I do, and then just don't.
You just
think.
put it to the side.
Yeah. All right.
I will say,
Everyone,
I was telling this to Joe. I was like, look, this is the kind of shit that like news people, lawyers, like law tubers, we live for this stuff. So do not feel guilty. Your body will hate you right now, but
yep.
Yeah.
And it's also one of those things where, and Farron could probably say this too. So I have really bad ADHD, like super ADHD. If my body tried to go to sleep, like if I tried to go to sleep and my brain was thinking about all these different things, there's no chance I'm going to sleep. I am waking up and doing one of these 5 million things that I need to do. So I need these things to actually allow myself to calm down and go to sleep. So it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. All right.
But that's
so go ahead. I'm wrapping up.
No,
and
say
somehow
whatever
we
you got
still
left.
have 8,600 people listening to us talk.
Folks, you need to get a job. No, I'm kidding.
No, you know what you need to do? You need to look in my description and subscribe to every single person that was on this channel that hung out with me until 3 o'clock in the effing morning. And all of you, I will look forward to seeing you on Legal Bites tomorrow. Do not tease me for the amount of wine that I drank tonight, which was 1 bottle.
And I am not lit, by the way, guys. I am not.
Yeah.
Rob, I'm really not. Rob, you are.
What? Tipsy?
An amazing lawyer.
I am tipsy. Yes, I am tipsy. I had a bottle of wine. Go on. See ya. I was going to be on the stream for 1 hour. I promised 1 hour, and now
it never works that way.
3 o'clock in the
Rob.
morning.
It never works. You've learned a valuable lesson tonight. When you are a LawTube influencer, 1 hour equals 4.5. So you might want to reconsider that next time.
That's being reconsidered. All right. To all of you in the chat, all 8,000 of you guys, love you very much. We'll talk to you tomorrow. See you on Legal Bites. See you on Emily. See you on Joe. Guys, go check out all of LawTube. Honestly, you're not going to get better assessment, better analysis of what's going on in this trial than you will from any of the attorneys on LawTube. Thank you very much, and good night, guys. Okay?
Good night.
See you later.